E todos, vamos dar sequência.
Let's get started with our roundtables of the International Seminar of AI, Democracy, and Impact of AI. So now we will have the first one for this afternoon. As you all know, this is the ethical artificial intelligence, the ethics of artificial intelligence. So we will have João Paulo as the chair here, and the commentator will be Gabriela Saylor. She is a founding partner of Comuni, a company that renders services of artificial intelligence to organizations and other companies. And the rule of presentation will be 10 minutes to each set of authors, 10 minutes for the commentator to bring up comments, and then I will have another 10 minutes with questions from our audience, and then each author will have 5 minutes for their final remarks. So we shall now start with our first presentation. Luciano Lully, Daniel Moraes, Rafael Almeida, and the title is Methods of Mitigation of Bias in Multimodal Datasets for Training and Test of a Classifier of Social Urban Categories. So I hand over to you, Luciano. Welcome. Hello, everyone. I'm Luciano Lully, just starting our presentation now, Roundtable 2, where we will be here on the ethical artificial intelligence, the ethics of artificial intelligence. This is a mitigation method on bias of data sets for training and tests of classifying social urban categories. So we have here me, I am from data research, senior engineering in charge of social sentiment for LMB, and to really talk about insights in terms of citizens in their own cities. And Daniela Moraes, she's the CEO, and Rafael Almeida is the CTO. This project in short is a demand or a need that is essential, that fosters the relationship from all the training and of all the text for many abilities of classifications of multimodal as a classifier urban social categories. Our references categorized in some implications of two fundamental bases. First, the social moral of the psychogenetics of Piaget's theory of construction from a personal standpoint, and the reference of the analysis of the discourse, which parameterized together in terms of test and training to be able to classify, is an architecture of an adapted attention for transformers. So in this context, the methodology of bias mitigation was done that, as we have this in terms of how it's being retrained, retested, re-evaluated in terms of ethics as a whole, in terms of the interpretive insight, inference, and social trends in relation to what is called social sensing in the identification of social public problems in terms of the references we have. The fact that it's important to understand and also bring to light how the public manifestation of this problematic within a city in the urban centers are represented textually within the various social media. So we must draw a relationship between the spokesperson, what they speak, who they speak to, and from where they speak. So these are the references where we have this epistemology, genetic in terms of the morality of the individual, thinking about the autonomy, and also seeking the effectiveness of the autonomy, which is the ethics essence in a systemic society, and the subjectivity of the subject when it comes to analysis of the discourse, that is focused on the linguistic petriment. When we think about Michel Pichet and Larry, when we talk about the methods, we have a context that is more technical when referring to the classifier urban social. It is based on the mechanism, and within this mechanism of adapted attention, the parametrization discourse with a multi-labeling and multi-class, which is based on it. And the basis is based on Hugging Face, BERT symbol for pre-training and tokenizer of neural mind, and we have BERT, all of them for that in terms of the OT. The mechanisms of adapted mechanism of transformer prioritizes a parallel aspect in terms of the attention and of identification, textual and contextual, of all these manifestations through a lexical analysis of NLP that allows us to cross information that before it was sequence to sequence, as the other architectures do apply. So it's from one to one that we're able to really find the correlation. So the research was the ones that were related that had a bias, and there was the percentage of the pressures of these basic categories of training. The first one was wrong, the second one was correct, or a contextual connotation that was divergent, directed to more than one category and less from another. And within this context, there are 15 urban categories defined and described and started in a progressive form and balanced according to categories from two parameters. First, it was the quantification of the text of training, and the other one to qualify the contextual content of the samples, mitigating many. It's important to talk about the relevance of mitigation and not eliminating bias. There's no bias elimination. As small as it is, the teams and people who are behind this review and this identification of class and category have their bias, but their bias must have a minimum condition in terms of applicability. That is also ethics for a society. So here, as it's shown on your left, here we have recreation, economy, residue management, education, governance, housing, social assistance, urban infrastructure, environment, mobility, politics, health, basic sanitation, safety, and tourism. When there's no coherence with all the arguments and the contextual classification of all the other categories, it's classified as an urban one. So we have here on the diagram on your right, as you can tell, the tests. We have here the verifications of all of these categories that are distinct. And we also have here the credits. And in this reclassification, revalidation, we have these two moments of solution. The first one is one that identifies the minimum percentage of bias by convergence of that classification. And on the other hand, when all diverge from it, we have a minimum percentage by criteria. So that's when you need to check what's the criteria to be used to revalidate the classes. In terms of quantity, we have the training for each base. Each has weekly hours, and subsequent to what we have in terms of text and categories that depended on the review, and the balancing that was continuous to continue the homogeneous. And in terms of quality, it was about referring to them in terms of the semantic significance of the linguistic application. Here we can see here Lahiri, pre-show, and in terms of all the meanings and the anagrams, tokens, that all definitely will mean that the text can be criticized, there will be paragraphs, and that there is a minimum, I would say, relationship of tags dedicated to that category. The conventions, there were 3: full convergence, when all the members converge and agree; the partial convergence, which is the major one, CPA; and the full divergence, when everyone disagree with each other. So the full divergence, we need to identify all these that is attributed among the teams to discuss the content from a linguistic discourse in terms of a reference of its social moral formation that depend on the textual. If it was more politics, was more economics, more governance, what within that text classified that manifestation as more or less economy or not, and so on and so forth. And obviously, to really discriminate the different biases that we have that are most common are the 4. The algorithm one that refers to the property of machine learning of the development of the text. So in this moment, you need to find really the balance, and in terms of data and also sample, the sample bias, which is the representative quality, and it's trained. And this is important in terms of the type of sample in terms of homogeneous over the sample size, and the pre-concept bias, which has to do with the ethics concept, with the behavioral and cognitive relationship that developers have in terms of their own concepts and public political concepts and social ones, and restrictions attributed to the social moral ways that the data are classified, and to the measure bias, which is the metric that is developed with systematic distorted results. And that way, there is a demand of balancing this from acquisition of a data analysis to standardize the distinct nature of data. Obviously, I thought of a model that is based on some legal concepts. The first one from 3A here, where we're talking about ethics and design series for 2021, and also for our discussable and still debatable Brazilian strategy to have their own chapter on the legislation, regulation, and ethics use. And the third one, the document developed by ERC, European Research Policy, which is the one about artificial intelligence. So all of them were legal basis to identify the bias and relate all these discussions that could be focused on the human mind or trustworthy human machine artificial intelligence. And in terms of the results, in a very integrated manner, 90% post-mitigation of the bias, considering the conversion that is cross-contextual between the full convergence partial one and the full divergence. And that was important to adhere to a technique based on rigid regression. And for each type, we need to balance our to the identity of it and the other one of variance to keep the heterogeneity of this. At the same time, we also needed to give the homogeneous collectively in terms of the understanding of the data. So this is really having something that is a fine line that we need to make it clear to the teams during the review. There are two languages, Portuguese and Spanish. So here it depends on each. And in terms of the quality players class, they were defined by batches, 7 for Portuguese, 7 for Spanish, and 3 review team, T1, T2, T3, as you saw on the tables. So you have full convergence when one of the teams are not aligned, we have partial convergence, and none of the teams are aligned, we have full divergence. Luciano, you have another minute to close. In terms of the results, we have here a very interesting one when we talk about the 7 batches in Portuguese that define the percentage relationship specifically of full convergence and partial. Because with the full one, we would have our criteria of definition and of categories from these 3 teams. In the same way for the Spanish language with the 5 batches, where we can see that the percentage greater is of the convergence, that is full convergence followed by partial, which were more flexible, easier for the understanding based on an analytic discussion to verify what was the verification of that category. Obviously, some data with contextual similarity, we were through an augmentation that was revised, and also of the not urban category. And to conclude, there are 2 demands. One is full conversion of morality. Each has their own constructs of knowledge and the character of linguistic one that is totally a lexical discursive one that is worked within NNP. And all these references of the construing of morality and the approach of the variance is really the basis that this really needs to have to reach an objective of mitigating bias that represents now, even though it's a toilsome task, it's an algorithm social agenda to be able to have robustness. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Passamos agora à apresentação do Renato.
Thank you, Luciano, for your presentation. Now we'll start the next presentation, which is the due information process, origin and incorporation by the Brazilian law. You have the floor. Thank you, Professor João Paulo. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to, before starting, congratulate the organizers of the seminar, Gabriela Seiler and João Paulo Veiga. I would also like to say hello to all the members of the panel. It's a pleasure to share this space with you and listen and thank those who are listening to us. We're going to talk about the due information process, origin and incorporation by the Brazilian law. My name is Sihune Cruz. I have a bachelor's degree in law by the University of São Paulo, and this was written together with Renato Leite. So my presentation is based on three main points. First, we'll discuss the origin and evolution of the due information process concept. Then we'll talk about how this has been included by Brazilian law. And we'll propose a framework for algorithms to explain, based on this idea of information process, trying to make these abstract ideas more concrete. Due to time limitations, I will focus my presentations on points 2 and 3. All of you know that our daily lives have been more and more mediated by automated decisions, day-to-day decisions, such as what song or film that the streaming service will recommend to me, as well as more concrete and complex decisions, whether, for example, I have access to emergency aid or Bolsa Familia, the aid given by the government. So this is the context we live in of algorithms that decide more and more about the essential aspects of our life. And at the same time, we don't know how these decisions are built and how these automated systems operate because there is algorithm opacity that surrounds them. The results or outcome of such automated systems are even more important to think when you think about social markers, so social and territorial, geographical markers, gender, race, and the idea of the due information process is part of this context. In the same way that the state, when defining the rights of a citizen, should observe or comply with the due legal process, we believe that automated systems should also be submitted to some type of regulation in terms of procedure to be followed. Where does that concept come from? Mutai, one of the professor of Professor Arthur Miller of civil law from the University of Harvard, that is part of the 1970s in the United States. The US government was implementing personal data for public policies, and they wanted to mitigate this type of activity and the risks. And trying to address that problem, the US government made between 1972 and 73 held several multi-sector meetings with experts to discuss that problem. As a result, in 1973, they published Records, Computers, and the Rights of Citizens, and there was a set of 5 principles that would regulate the treatment of personal data, and that has become the main rights of data protection law all over the world. So these principles that became known as fair information practices are the first attempt to regulate the personal data flow. In the transcription of such meetings, we notice an important contribution of Professor Arthur Miller in what he understands to be he says that there is a strong combination between privacy and other concepts. And so the chapter of due information process remained to be written. And that was then later on talked about by Daniele Citron, Professor Katia de Vries, and Professor Julie Cohen. In this work, we discuss in detail some of the main ideas, but I would just like to highlight that although these authors are very specific, they converge in recognizing that automated systems have a strong impact on the exercise of fundamental rights, and these decisions should be submitted to some type of procedural regulation. How can we go from the US context to Brazil? In order to illustrate this incorporation of that concept by Brazilian law, we brought two cases. The first is the IBGE case from Action for Lack of Constitutionality, the unconstitutional lawsuit 9.54/2020 that made it mandatory, the provisional measure made it mandatory for telecommunications companies to share data with IBGE in the context of statistics and COVID-19. In May 2020, the Federal Council of the Brazilian Bar Association presented an ADI saying that this was unconstitutional, and then the provisional measure was declared unconstitutional. And on May 7, 2020, this was confirmed, and then they did no longer share the data. When you look on the decision of Gilmar Mendes, he mentioned the two most important points of his vote. First is overcoming the debate of secrecy. He says that protection of personal data has not necessarily to do with the publicity or secrecy about the data, but how data will be treated and what type of safeguard or procedure will be observed. And secondly, the recognition of personal data as an autonomous and independent right. This dogmatic leap was only possible because of the discussion of this idea of due information process based on the US law, as well as from the German experience. So here, the due information process became core. The second case is ADI 6649. It was about Decree 10046 that creates the basic database of citizens, which is a centralized database that make it easier for government bodies to access data from people, either to implement public policies or provide public services. The Federal Council of Brazilian Bar Association entered with this file, this ADI, saying that the decree privileges the sharing and restrict access to information of citizens, but it does not establish any minimum safeguard to protect such data. So it's going beyond secrecy and discussing how data will be treated. What are the minimum guarantees offered to the owners of such data? And here, again, the idea of due information process is core. And how can we transpose this concept for the Brazilian scenario? We believe that it's possible to transpose this, but the general clause could be even broader than the one of the United States. And we present three arguments. First, similarity of the clause of due legal process of the Constitution of 1988 and the US Constitution, because the Constitution of Brazil is directly inspired by the US Constitution. Secondly, there is a full recognition by the Brazilian literature of the relationship between automated treatment of data and access to fundamental rights. And the third point is the full acceptance of efficacy of horizontal fundamental rights in our legal framework. So it recognizes that not only the state must observe the due information process when it comes to citizens in a vertical relationship, but also that private entities should also comply with that clause in their relationships with individuals on a horizontal level. In practical terms, we try to make this operational by proposing a framework of algorithm explanation. I won't have time to go into detail, but basically the idea is to identify each of the components of the general clause of due information process, exemption, information, understandability, and translate all these elements for the context of information or automated systems. So in our work, we explain this framework in detail. As conclusions, we highlight that there has been a growing evolution and appropriation of this concept, both in the United States and in Brazil. We also mentioned the possibility of transposing this concept for the Brazilian scenario, but it's also possible to employ it in a broader way in Brazil for the reasons that I just mentioned. And to wrap up, we point out that there is still room to mature and for Brazilian courts to use that system more. And as a point for future studies, we believe that it's important to keep track and do a systematic analysis of case law, because we showed some emblematic cases that were judged by the Superior Court, but we don't know to what extent that affects lower courts. So it would be interesting in future studies to keep track of jurisprudence. That's basically what I had to say, and thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Thank you, Sinue, for your presentation. Now we go to the Abraham Nu group, whose presentation is Decision-Making in Organization, What Changes with Artificial Intelligence? You have the floor, André. Thank you, Professor Paulo. It's a pleasure to be with you, with all the participants of the panel and the group that's watching this event. We're very happy at the DECIDE group to be part of this dialogue. My presentation is on the screen. Okay, so this work is part of one of the research lines of the DECIDE group. So what changes with artificial intelligence in the decision-making process at organizations? The starting point, first discussing artificial intelligence in the decision-making process of organization based on management lenses. So how does it impact work? Within the responsibility level of every one of us, everyone that's part of an organization makes some type of decision, regardless of your responsibility and hierarchical level. There is a hype in the organizational environment, given all the context and economic and social context related to AI, and we don't know if it's helpful or not. We believe it's not so helpful. And the proposition is to build a map to understand where artificial intelligence is present and where it is not. So we started with a sample of 128 cases with an interdisciplinary approach. As the article of Professor João Paulo says it is a very complex phenomenon. It requires a dialogue among several fields of knowledge. And adoption of artificial intelligence by companies is a challenge that requires investment and effort. Investment in human capital, which is the capacity of each one of us to generate value, technological resources, and access to data. But when we look at the data of how it happens at companies, is far from being the wonderful world of hype. 31% of companies said that they were using artificial intelligence in 2021. In another study conducted by Boston Consulting Group and MIT, with 2,500 companies, 70% of the companies noticed the minimum impact of AI in their businesses. So we made several maps. This is more of a macro map. We try to identify 4 major ideas to try to understand artificial intelligence. First, within the value chain, operations, marketing, support, management, and finance. How the 128 cases were distributed. Then the specific decisions of each of these functional areas. So let me show you the 4 balloons. In the functional areas, in each of these 4 areas, there is a set of decisions that take place typically. So a strategic decisions that uses resources and has a high impact on organizations is less common than an operational decision. It has a low commitment of resources and a low impact on the scope of organizations. And the 4th idea that you can see what happens by the type of shape, what is going on in each of these towers. The blue one indicates the cases in which there is a full delegation from humans to AI, and red when there is only one activity within the decision process that is made by artificial intelligence. So it's a combination in which AI takes a part of the process, and this is much more common than the full delegation events. And as you may see by the upside down triangle, the operational activities of artificial intelligence prevail. It's not that this sample is wide enough to send it to the entire population, but we believe it's has a similarity to academic studies. Just to give you an example of this study, this is an example of a case. This is a company that controls Oakland Athletics, which is a baseball team from the United States, as reported by the strategy researcher. We have classified their application. So how do I use artificial intelligence to select players? First, we thought it was an assessment by human resources. Then, when we saw that the coach took care of the operations, we classified it as an operational decision.
Just to give you an example here of what we've done, I mean, we were 7 researchers, so we always used a collegiate decision. So we have 3 major repositories of information, and we excluded that which were engineering applications or tools as a self-driven car, so on and so forth. So if we can go on. So here, there should be an N as a sample, not N as a population. So I apologize for the mistake. So we checked a lot of operations and marketing. Artificial intelligence seems to be present in all the decision areas in operations, much used. So 14% tactic, 82% operational, only 1 strategic one. And the empirical results show that artificial intelligence is not present in strategic one in terms of change of scope and high impact of long term in the companies. A support at some step of the decision support system, which is the most common we have today, at least with our sample. And there's as a decision one at less degree when we talk about finances. And here the focus was to really study the applications of artificial intelligence in management, not addressing the ethics side of it as the ones related to training with algorithm, so on and so forth. But if we talk about the human condition and the process here, the lack of humanity is taking away the empowerment of the agent. So an artificial intelligence doesn't take up all the space homogeneously. If we think about a statistics distribution, even if in a small population, it would be homogeneous in some spaces on the four major ones. But we realize that this might be an opportunity for future research studies, why this is the case, and the nature of the AI is broader than repetitive decisions. Many of the research, especially in management decision-making process, has said so. So it seems like it's more of a support to a decision, nearly a tooling or a symbiosis for human decision. And one point that we also expect to be a contribution of this very initial stage is to carry on the process in the map to populate this type of split so that we can have many different views, sectors, and features and markets and countries, either in a broader view, what we have in terms of current situation and time progress. So that's what I had for you. Once again, thank you all. It's great to be here with all of you, with all our colleagues. Thank you on my behalf and of my group. Thank you, Andre, for your presentation. And now we hand over to Claudia Toledo and Danielle Pessoa. And the title is The Use of Artificial Intelligence in the Legal Decision Making. Hi, Claudia. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Professor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to take part in this seminar with very productive debates. I will then show right here on my screen. This work is the use of artificial intelligence and the legal decision making. So it's two research studies. One was developed by me. I don't know what's happening. I can't have the slides turn. Okay. So one was one that I developed with a legal group. This is at the UFJF, and the other one by Professor Danielle Pessoa that leads the Esperança Garcia research at UFIRST University, and he is the author of this work. And the goal was to identify the convergence of the research studies and the critical analysis of the use of AI in legal decisions. So we had a partial raising of the use of artificial intelligence by the Brazilian authorities, STF, STJ, and TJ, so all the Supreme Courts in Brazil. And I here will focus on one in terms of the relevance of what we have and in terms of what we had and the focus of our work of Danielle Pessoa. So this is to really help the decision in terms of the whole impact in the lawsuit. So the first evidence that comes to us through the research of the use of artificial intelligence by the legal authorities is the use of information. The websites of the courts have a very broad information about the use or not. So the two research studies had to send electronic messages to the higher courts. Here we have the summary of what we get from the IT department of the Supreme Court. And they denied the information about the font code and did not pass on information alleging security issues. And they stated that they did not record relevant procedures as adjustments or the quantity of times that they ran the system for learning. And some divergence was found in terms of the description of the technique used, sent by the Supreme Court, and also the other ones that are applied in the legal doctrine. So one of the Supreme Court was the tree of decision making, and the other one was the typical one, which is deep learning. The matter of the fact is that two big problems came up when the use of AI in judicial decision: the lack of transparency and algorithm bias. The lack of transparency in AI, also called algorithm dullness, we have to say from the information of the specific legal authority, we see 41 projects of AI in 32 courts, national ones, and with what we see, we could only find that 22% of the courts make available publicly the algorithms of the AIs used. Only 4% of that, with this, I mean, is made available. Only 24% of the ones used were developed by private organizations, which give them patent right, making all the parameters of AI not accessible to the courts themselves that use it. And that way, in terms of the less used and the data actually done and by the ones related and all the references, we see that there are important principles of the democratic state of that we need to really take into consideration. When it comes to all the algorithm bias in the judicial decision with the use of artificial intelligence, we know that algorithm bias are the ones that come from human cognitive bias aspects. Those are intuitive influences as beliefs, emotions, stereotypes in the decision making. The database of our judiciary system is based on the history of judicial sentences, and they are representative in terms of the social culture as well as the judicial one of a country. And the culture itself is underlined by cognitive biases that tend to be naturalized when it goes from one generation to another, which gives the possibility of the existence of biased data in the database of the judiciary system, and that also where you have algorithm bias. And AIs with algorithm bias means that you reiterate reproduction of cognitive bias, the consolidation of them and the broadening of these cognitive bias. Also, some connecting points that were brought about here in this judicial aspect. We have also highlighted the incompatibility structurally when it comes to the data processing of AI and the application of the law. This because artificial intelligence works with data grouping, with standardization according to prefixed models with generalizations to reach the simplification of the legal rationale, to the adaptation to the binary logic of the computational language when AI is applied to the legal process. And law actually works with something that is opposite from that, which is the singularity of each concrete case, which takes into consideration empirical aspects, the value of the individualization, the subject as an individual. And these are so relevant in law that you have that as a content for principles, as the individuality of the punishment, of liability and proportionality. And the other point was the reproduction of artificial intelligence, of the value at stake of its developers, because the algorithm doesn't do that autonomously, at least it hasn't. So it's able to identify data and groups it in a prefixed manner. This is what we talk about in terms of cognitive of the reality. But the elaboration of these models that are prefixed with the association of the data, this depends on the value judgment, and these are the ones that come from the developers. That way we come into partial conclusions. We're still in an ongoing process, but we can draw the conclusion that the use of artificial intelligence in the legal system definitely brings many advantages when it comes to speeding up and efficiency in rendering service. However, facing the established risks on the decisions, we believe that, at least for now, it is indicated to not delegate decision roles to artificial intelligence when we talk about the legal system. That is the core role of the legal system, but to the process and the continuous proceedings of the legal demand. So we talk about the proposal of enhancing the use of AI in the judicial decision making, and of regulating AI when it comes to choosing AI when it comes to transparency, security, fundamental rights, and democratic regimen. So we have in the scenario now two bills, 21 from 2020 and 872 from 2021, that really pave that way. And another proposal is the beginning in the participation of representation of the legal categories and of the organized civil society to foster a public debate of using AI in the decision making that we have not seen being used till today. And also to be able to have external auditing in these artificial intelligence programs with access to information results, and also to inform the parties of the decision making. And finally, the use of techniques of reviewing as adjustments and validation in the learning process to fight the bias. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Claudia, for your presentation. So that way we close the presentation part, and now I'd like to invite Gabriela Saylor to bring up her critical comments, raise issues, and after that, I will give you the questions from our audience. Gabriela had a connection issue and she's right back now.
Oi, pessoal, desculpa, eu caí bem na hora da minha
Hello, everyone. I got disconnected during my presentation, but I'm back. Can you hear me?
Boa tarde a todas e a todos. É um prazer estar aqui com vocês para discutir tema tão relevante.
It's a great pleasure to be here to discuss such a relevant topic for the future of our country and the planet. Thank you, Professor João, for your invitation. It's great to be here with all of you. So first of all, I would like to congratulate you all for your presentations. Great work and to raise urgent matters, and you were selected based on very strict criteria by our conference. And I am a founding partner at Comuni, a Brazilian technology company that applies artificial intelligence to face the challenges of organization society. So we deal with topics like this that we have been discussing in this conference. This is our day-to-day practice. We've been doing it for a few years, and what we can ensure is that the answers are never as simple. A powerful technology that can transform everything, and that's why we need to have full global collaboration from many different areas to make sure they can use towards what we want, towards our future. And I learned a lot from all of you with all your work and being back here today. And it will be hard to, in a short time, refer to your rich studies that do address complex topics. I will try, however, and bring my comments. First of all, for Luciano, Daniel, Rafael's work about the methodology to mitigate bias in data sets. I mean, I don't even need to remind you about the importance of this topic in terms of the virtual interaction. I thought it was really interesting how the methodology deals with mitigating the bias from the idea that the final bias will tend to the common sense. And as we discussed here today, we've seen there's always some bias present. It has always been in all our decision making throughout history. The big difference now is that with artificial intelligence, we are now automatizing the whole decision making that bring bias from the past. So we're training machines that can do something very efficiently in the decision making process, simplifying the process, and I mean, without getting back to questioning the assumptions used for specific decision making. So that's my provocation to explore even more and emphasize the various practical possibilities from this proposed mitigation methodology to go beyond the classifying of social urban categories, because unfortunately we already have many examples around the world of irresponsible use of artificial intelligence that could bring benefit of this type of methodology. At Kumuni, every day we do this bridge from scientific discovery from the academy and the solutions that are applied for the day-to-day of our society. And I still see that this technology is taking steps forward, maturing quickly, but there is still quite a huge gap out there when it comes to dealing with real problems, the complexity, and applying technology in a responsible manner. So usually my comments will always have this focus to connect the results of research and how we can see in terms of practical applications. This problem of bias in data sets is an issue that around the world was trying to fix. Many here have most likely seen situations that ended up being well known of very serious bias with machines that are already being used by society as the recruiting agent of Amazon that discriminated against men because it was trained with a data set in the past that we wouldn't want to replicate, or image recognition tools based on specifically Caucasian, and then it didn't work for other type of skin tones, although it's still in use. But I always like to remember that together with that, there's a big opportunity out there, because to build these machines, we end up being forced to stop to think about this historical bias.
Acaba colocando holofote, expondo os detalhes.
And then we end up shedding light and exposing these details of decisions made in the past, and we need to stop and discuss them to understand the machines, to know what we want and don't want to replicate towards the future based on AI system that will replicate those concepts as we program them. So this pressure to automate decisions, if accompanied by the right regulation, becomes ends up being a great opportunity to discuss these historical biases that are very clear in such systems. We also heard about the work presented by Sinue about the due information process, and the proposal of a framework. That's another topic that remains unsolved in computing. And although we have so many studies and techniques, it's such an important discussion right now because there are decisions that can have impact on lives, as he mentioned, that are already being defined by algorithms. So I think his comment is perfect. I mean, we need to submit such decisions to the necessary safeguards. And the main difficulty here and challenge we face is the speed of such changes, because oftentimes the regulators and agents of civil society cannot keep track of this, to keep up with the speed of changes and to make them work for the benefit of society. There is a general data protection law, but still we don't know how our data is being used to influence behavior. We've seen many depositions by the US executives in the Congress, in the US Congress, and it was so clear that there's a lack of understanding to make the adequate laws. United States and Europe are, trying to keep up with it, but here in Brazil, we're lagging behind. We're beginning to ask the right questions, but we have published the legal framework quickly, and it's very distant from what we need to be able to regulate such technologies in the proper way. A book that I've read by Cathy O'Neil, actually, I read it again. It dates to 2016. It says about methods destruction. She gave real examples of the danger of delegating decisions to such machines, decisions that could have an impact on lives of human beings. And this use is much more disseminated some years later. So it's good that we are here at this conference and we can discuss this topic. And in this context of rapid technological development with impact on rights of society, it's very serious that most people still do not understand and cannot participate in the AI decision process. All I have to say is that the framework of explainability and having a conference like this one that we're discussing this topic is very important now, because those who are impacted by decisions must have all the resources to challenge the decisions that are being taken on an automated manner. I also found very interesting the work about in decision-making process in companies, showing that artificial intelligence is still far from strategic decisions. And also the companies face a cultural challenge in adopting AI, even in operational areas, because we see that culture is the main barrier. We are in several organizations for many years. We ended up creating a process to unlock cultural barriers of managers that want to adopt these technologies in a wider way, because companies have to create a culture of learning and continuous training of employees. But with the necessary cultural opening and the safeguards that are necessary, AI could bring positive changes to the world in the way that processes are seen, as well as measurement of many things. So about the use of artificial intelligence without the participation of humans, I think it's positive that it's still minimal, and we see the risks of that technology and our capacity of ensuring a regulation. AI could be helpful to support decision making, but human beings have to validate critical decisions such as medical interventions and other cases mentioned here. At Kurumi, we also say that there is a need to have a hybrid system, given the level of technology development, and there's an expert that needs to validate the understanding of the process and to assess any blind spots that may exist. And being from Konumi, I must say, talk about the outcome of the findings of this study that was using AI in endomarketing. I may say that the use is prevails more in some areas, such as fintechs, e-commerce, online marketing, and one of the most obvious uses are in these areas considered to be of lower risk, in which there are many automated processes that can be delegated to machines. But since we're talking about a powerful technology that can support us in solving major challenges of society, such as education, health, environment, public sector, and it's an area that has attracted the brilliant minds of our generation, some of which are here, it would be a pity not to have those minds with that technology, thinking how to solve our main challenges of current times. And the judiciary power, there's such an interesting presentation made by Claudia. The judiciary in Brazil has been advanced in adopting new technologies for some time now, all the electronic procedures, and it has a large database that could be used for artificial intelligence. But once again, it's essential to regulate the use of technology. The study raises interesting, significant questions, such as the bias, and proposes concrete steps to use such technologies in an ethical way according to the Constitution. So far, we'll keep using artificial intelligence for more operational works with human supervision. And only there's a huge potential, and it's an enormous universe that we can use technology to solve many challenges towards the future we want to build. This is what I had to say, and I think I've exceeded my time a bit, but I remain for the Q&A session. Thank you, Gabriela. Very good comments you made. You developed in a very accurate, surgical way those comments, linking all the presentations and talking about the dilemmas we have to face. Thank you very much. Very good. Now, let's address the questions. There are many questions asked by WhatsApp and on the chat. I'll try to summarize them, and I'll ask the presenters to write them down. Ana Paula asks to Luciano. She's sorry that she lost the beginning of the presentation due to her connection. She would like to understand the 15 categories, urban and social. How did you arrive at those 15 categories? That's a very specific question. To Sinue, Veronica asks, what about governance? You didn't mention governance in the performance and execution of public policies. This context of information process, does it involve governance issues? A question from Amanda and João Peter to André. He asks whether you believe that companies like to say publicly that they use artificial intelligence tools due to reputation issues, because from what he could tell from your presentation, use is much more restricted than it seems. So companies like to say that they're using artificial intelligence. Would it be like a greenwashing of technology so that consumers could distinguish companies that do use from those who just say they use it. And Cero asks Claudia, she was impressed about the data of courts that are using algorithms, and that's not being publicized. So, a very specific question. Do courts need to be monitored in terms of ethical use of artificial intelligence? And what body would be responsible for monitoring courts in that use? And now the questions from the chat. To Luciano, what is the percentage of bias by convergence from Otávio Albuquerque to Siroe? Would it be a set of guidelines to create artificial intelligence system? Would it be available for our results? Would it be necessary to allow all algorithms to be explained? Another question to Siroe. Is there a bill or discussions with the legislative about this topic? Klinger Souza to Siroe. It seems that the essential item is to ensure the flow of data. The correction of the flow, does it affect the integrity of information process? Is this correct? Another question from André Nardi. What is the sample used in the research? Klinger to André. Did the research assess how much operation influences strategy? Because it could be significant that artificial intelligence that is autonomous prevailing in operational field would drive strategy, at least partially. Another question from Paulo. Yeah, these are the questions. There are other, but let's stick to these ones. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer all of them. So let's start with Luciano. Thank you, Professor Cândia, Gabriela, for your comments and questions. Very relevant and necessary in this discussion about artificial intelligence and democracy, especially in this panel, because we have dual topics that we need to relate on a daily basis: development and applicability of artificial intelligence system. First, the urban categories. This is one of the things we do, is a classifier of these. There are 15 categories. So we have, for example, economics, education, environment, governance, waste management, and the 15 categories reflect the sectorial models that a city usually has. So some partnerships with the city administrations were made in the state of São Paulo to assess the criteria of these categories related to this topic and their definitions. And the next one is also linked to the classification of categories, which is the percentage of the convergence bias. There are 3 types of solutions that define convergence for 5 possibilities. The 3 are full convergence, partial convergence, and full divergence. Full convergence is when the 3 review and reclassification teams agree with each other. There is a text about politics, and for example, the teams agree that this text is about politics. Yes, yes, yes. When there is a full divergence is when the 3 teams disagree among themselves. Oh, that's the text about politics, the other one is about economics, and the other one says that the text is about governance. So Transformers does that in the attention mechanism. And of course, there are the referential bases based on Bakhtin and our own social and moral construction. And convergence, partial convergence, is what defines the other three situations. It's when either team 1 doesn't agree with team 2 and 3, or team 2 doesn't agree with 1 and 2, or team 3 doesn't agree with team 1 and 2. So there's a minimum percentage verification of the majority conversion. So the category that prevails is the one that people most agree with. The biases will always exist because we are part of a culture that is defined by social and moral construction that has implications in politics, ethnical and geographical aspects, social and moral values. There is no such thing as getting rid of biases, but rather mitigating and decreasing biases to a minimum until we reach a minimum consensus. There are other skills that conflict and converge in the classification of CT categories, which are classification of emotions, feelings, if it's a negative or positive feelings, what are the emotions related to that, positive, neutral, or negative feeling. Also, the verification of text gender. If someone said it's a text about politics, is it a complaint, a suggestion, a constructive feedback? So there are several skills that we use in this integral model of inferences based on NLP that allows us to have a very heterogeneous set of meanings of the semantics of the texts posted on social media. That's it. Thank you, Luciano. Very clear. Now, Sinue has the floor. Several questions to you, Sinue. I don't know if I could write down all of them, but I'll try to answer those that I did write down, starting with Gabriela's question. Thank you for your comments, Gabriela. I would like to start by highlighting the importance of this space. This is a multidisciplinary area to discuss and making bridges between the legal community, technical community, the private sector, and others. It's very important to discuss these topics, which are very complex, and they can only be solved by multidisciplinary dialogue. Just to say that this is an important space for discussion. Gabriela made a comment about how law and society could get around the dynamic nature of technology. I think inevitably, law and regulation will always come after the technological development. They will never be able to keep up with it at the same time, but we should base on the fundamentals, on things that are not so dynamic. If we're discussing artificial intelligence and automated decisions, but based on foundations that we've had for centuries, such as the due legal process, about justice, equity, legal principles that are basic. So the way to go is to bet on the foundations. And how is Brazil, what is the position of Brazil in this? Europe has taken a vanguard position. We started the process, and I believe that we have reacted in a rapid way.
We have the Bill 2020, and I think that, as Gabriela mentioned, is a bill that has excessively a principle-based approach, and there isn't enough normative, and it's really based on the interest of the private sector to demand a greater deregulation in this innovation technology area, but it's not useful and not enough to protect the rights of citizens. So I think we haven't really been great to be able to get answers. So in terms of thinking about the process of governance in the implementation of public policies, that's how I understood your question. I believe so, Veronica. In terms of the information, it defends exactly that there can be a good governance, that they can go through this process. So this is in the basis. So the idea of the governance is in the basis of the concept, due concept. So in terms of bills and discussions in the legislative bodies about this, some of the propositions about algorithm applicability, I wouldn't know exactly by heart the name of the bills, but as Claudia also said, also the 2021, we have also the Brazil strategy for artificial intelligence, but there are bills. Klinger Souza here asked, it seems like the essential process is to ensure integrity of data of origin and destination. So does this affect the process? Yes, Klinger, that is right. That's the idea. And I would just highlight the fact that the focus is not to ensure a good flow with the flow itself. The idea is that this regulation can really empower citizens and empower the data subjects. So if they want to, they can request a revision. So the process is an instrument to ensure the right. It's not an end in itself. And the last comment here of check, the framework would be together to build automated systems. It would be applicable for the generalization of it. Yes, the framework, since we developed, it is a set of guiding not only for the pairing, but so that the application, I mean, of the practical system that is automated and the framework is developed in a way that is quite generic and abstract. We don't want to have a framework for the private sector or for any specific type. We want to bring a co-joint guideline of tools that are very broad that can be put together and adapted according to the application, control, treatment, but the idea is to be applied to the generalization of the cases according to the adaptation. And obviously there are limits. I think at the current stage of technology, not all systems are totally explainable, especially when we talk about non-supervised systems. And in this case, I believe that when we're not able to explain how the system works, and since it's a high-risk one, we shall request that this system is not automated, that the decisions are not delegated to systems that cannot be explained by human and cannot be brought by any public scrutiny. So there is that limitation. And I think to ban some type of system would be an alternative. I guess that's pretty much it. I already went through all the questions I got. Thank you. You sure did. Thank you very much. I'd like to pass the floor now to Andre to answer your questions. Perfect, Professor. Thank you. First of all, thank you for the questions, for the comments, and from yourself and Gabriel. I'm really glad with all the considerations. I'm a researcher, but I am also very practical. I'm a principal at a school that uses artificial intelligence, and personally, I helped train one of the robots, which is, I mean, my Origin is a finance professor, and I have many projects on education in companies that are the major organizations. And the big challenge, and it is a challenge, as Gabriela mentioned, a cultural one, and also as our colleague who was here is telling us, it is a philosophical challenge, an ethical one as well. In terms of all the issues, it has a lot to do with that. When we talk about the digital watching, I mean, we can't forget the organizations are also active, and they do talk to many active because, I mean, in terms of how they put themselves, I mean, every market you have what we called a Keynesian beauty contest, right? What it means is you want to get right, not the best price, but the expectation that people have. So this way of working with the expectation is pretty much the hype we've mentioned in our presentation. And the other key point is that there are many players involved, those who sell technology, that buy technology, that are in really worried about their own career, competitors, comparison, so on and so forth. So any type of phenomenon in a social technical process is one of that is perception, and that it has to do, that's not just objective. So this whole process that we call the frame of the decision has much to do with that. And we should always remind you that the decision of using or not using technology is a decision of its own that is developed with all the limitations and to the human rationality of Simon's, the cognitive bias that Kahneman always says that they're saying, he always says it's impossible to get rid of, and all the type of errors and flaws that come along that has nothing to do with information, but is there as well, and brings a lot of problem with that. And the other point that Professor Max Barman from Harvard says, which is a bound ethicality. To what extent the incentive design also brings all that. So I believe there's a digital worsening in some case, and from a practical theory, it's a big problem, because to have a pink world out there and with a bloody war ground, I mean, it's a big issue to really understand the dimension, how to tackle it. And as Gabriela well put, I mean, we need to deal with it. The economy of knowledge will go through the digital. And in terms of the question of our chat here, the 128 case sample was of companies that are foreign. So we weren't really worried about focusing on that. We wanted something to really create the tool. So we will look into other points and some considerations. On the article, you have some unfolding. So the main use, as we see from the basis, and we can't go beyond. I mean, basically it was consumer goods as the big volume of use. And when it comes to the operation itself, it influences strategy, so on and so forth. Maybe it's not clear what we've used, definitely. I mean, the whole design, the practical, the decision, the people, resource, culture, and incentive is an organizational design, and definitely it does relate. But our approach was, what's the level of the decision? So if I make this decision, what happens in terms of the feature that I'm bringing in, which is very hard to revert? I mean, there are too many or not. And is that how we differentiate? And the operational one is if you see, you can easily get rid of it. And if you make the decision, the cost of doing it is minimum in terms of the total of the organization. So the strategic decision characterizes by a decision of long-term impact and very hard to revert in terms of the reputation or volume of the investment itself. So this is the way it differentiates itself. On the other hand, we also have an impact from an operational strategic standpoint. There is the scope of the organization. So strategically could be, for instance, of the market, which markets I'm going to get into, or I'm going to leave, what part of the company I will sell, what country in the world will I expand to? So this is the unfolding. And I thank you, Professor Gabriela, and everyone here. Hopefully I answered all the questions. Thank you. You sure did, Andre. So just quickly, I pass the floor to Claudia. Thank you, Professor. I'd like to thank Gabriela and all of those who took part watching us and took part in the chat. Well, to answer the question that was asked to me, who would do the oversight of the artificial insight? Who would take on the role? I mean, as I mentioned with the presentation, the whole proposal and the best one we saw in the research studies would be to have some auditing by commission, not by someone specifically, but by commissions or committees that would be member of the legal authorities, civil society, and from the private practice, district attorney, prosecutor's office. So we could have a plural participation in critical areas when it comes to AI. And I shall mention that I would like to refer to what Sinue Cruz said in terms of the bill 21 from 2020. Definitely it is principle based, but I believe this is caused by the novelty of the topic itself. If we're dealing with a technology innovation, we don't know still what or to what extent we will get there. How can we have rules that are very specific, based, and defined? So it's better to regulate with principle base that is broader, but already brings us some guidelines, than wait for the big precisions that would be normative. And that is the policy that it seems to be adopted by the European Union themselves. The regulations that they have brought are really principle based. And what we are doing is really carry on and paving the way as the European Union, making them as a role model and not the US, where the artificial intelligence is applied for the decision making, and even when it comes to the criminal justice system, which is definitely a big problem, and that's not adopted in the European Union. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you all, Claudia. And I have another 25 questions for you. People are just asking many questions. I'll just add another 3 just to make sure we follow here the session time. So 3 questions and you'll have a minute. I'll be very strict time-wise because I'll have the next table starting at 3:30. So just quickly, Vanda Araujo asks, look, the developers of algorithms reproduce biases of excluded groups, Afro-descendant, Blacks, women, and bias also in terms of sexual orientation. How to fix that? If in terms of the participation of these groups, how can we have that? That's a question. Paulo Santos wants to know about the inclusion of artificial intelligence, and he talks about the ePro, which I think is a software system of the federal court 4, and the dissemination to other courts that use that, and having professionals adhere to artificial intelligence. And Jose Antonio Gouveia asked, and I'm not sure I understood his question right, how to address the hype risk in artificial intelligence in the organizations. I'm not sure if that's what you meant, but so I'll give you all 1 minute as a way to have your final remarks that you find right to do so. I apologize all the other many questions from our students and viewers, because I couldn't really go through them. There are so many that have been sent. So let's start from the beginning. Luciano. Well, those definitely were pertinent questions. I'll start with the second, which has a lot to do with our theme of regulation of bias. The teams on themselves have an point to adjust that is heterogeneous in terms of grouping of people that we do not know. I mean, we know the leaders of the teams, but those that comprise the teams have the role to bring a plural approach to the demand of many ethnicities, races, genders. So this is a demand that has made possible to us to have a legal concept of the understanding that really meets the social, cultural, moral demands from a textual aspect. So that's why after all these verifications, the setbacks, 7 in Portuguese and 5 in the Spanish language, had a 90% in both of the cases in terms of the full convergence that everyone agree, and also the partial ones that one or another might not, for some reasons that from their understanding might be more part of a category than another one. So this is something that is a fine line in terms of economy, politics, and governance that we have to think about, and that we need to do that in terms of the analysis of the discourse. Thank you very much. Sinue, I'll give you a minute. Thank you. I will take this time to react to Claudia's answer. Definitely, I think it's hard to tune it up and find the balance of principle-based regulation and command and control for artificial intelligence. I still believe, though, that for the Brazilian case, we're a bit under the expected balance to really have too much of a principle-based, and that's why I position myself this way. And the diagnosis made by the organized civil society that the debate based on our bill 21/2020, it's not necessarily based on the European Union one, which is very much at an advanced stage. And in terms of the questions, I will react to Vanda's about how we can ensure diversity for bias algorithm. There are many ways to avoid them, but the main point I would say is to ensure diversity in the teams of development of automated systems, avoiding that those that are conscious or unconscious bias can be present. And the second one, to ensure quality of the data and diversity of them used in a way that they're able to really have that in the best way possible with these presented groups. So I think there's a human component and also a technology one that has to do with the data themselves. Okay, thank you, Sinue. Claudia? Or Andre first? I mean, first. Yeah, Andre. I'll try to answer. If there is a risk of hype in the implementation of artificial intelligence in the companies, yes, there sure is. There are two ways to see it. There's a technology approach, which is the hype curve of Gartner, that shows that you first have too much expectation, and then the person is back to real, so you go through the plateau productivity. Artificial intelligence, I mean, other than what we have, I mean, there isn't really productivity, so it's a risk project. Then we have the second classification. The whole investment has a relationship, theoretically, of high risk. That means of high return. And that's exactly what artificial intelligence does. It is still a high risk project. That's why you have high return. These are future expectations of having a relevant positioning that makes companies invest in artificial intelligence. So I would say it's a bit of high risk there, definitely. Thank you. Claudia? Well, to answer a bit about the question that was made about how to include the excluded in society, I would say that one way is how Sinoe mentioned about the presence of the excluded one in the development teams, and also their presence in the auditing teams, which are specifically used by our public authorities, access to data that should be made public if AI is used by public authorities, because we're in a democratic state that should be enforced. And I think that should not be made to have a confidentiality on the use of AI. And this, I mean, being used by the public authorities. Regulation is different when we talk about the private and public. So that's what I would say. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you all. We will be closing, unfortunately, now this roundtable. Thank you, Gabriela, for your comments and your accurate precisions, remarks, and all the presenters, all present here with us with their great presentations. And I'd like to also thank our audience who was here with us today. You who have been with us, thank you all our students that came with hundreds of questions, and I couldn't even go through all of them. So thank you, everyone. Special thank to you all, and I'll invite you all to our next roundtable that will start in 17 minutes. Have a good afternoon, everyone. Bye-bye.
Olá, boa tarde a todos.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, especially authors that will be part of this panel. I'm Álvaro Comim. I'm going to coordinate this third and last panel of the seminar. And this is a panel devoted to artificial intelligence and the future of work. I may risk saying that this is one of the most popular topics and widely discussed about AI, whether we'll have work, our jobs in the future, and if any, how will work be in the future? How will the future of work be with artificial intelligence? We have 4 projects being presented. I'll introduce them one by one later, and we have the pleasure of privilege to have Professor Daniel Falcão Pimentel dos Reis as commentator. And Professor Daniel studied law at the university, bachelor's degree at the University of São Paulo. He's current bachelor's degree and a doctorate. He's a professor in the doctorate degree and a PhD, and he's also advisor of the strategic secretariat for the presidency of the Republic between 2013 and 14, and assistant of the higher labor court from 14 to 16. And he currently the Controller General in the municipality of São Paulo. It's a pleasure to have you here, Daniel. It's a privilege. And without any further ado, I will turn the floor to Tiago Meirelles to introduce the panel members of this panel, whose title is The Impact of Artificial Intelligence in the Future of Work in Brazil. Tiago, have the floor, 10 minutes each, and when there's 1 minute left, I will remind you that the time is almost over, not so elegantly though. I would like to say hello to everybody who's here. It's an honor to be here. And Professor Álvaro, thank you for the invitation. I hope to be helpful to all of you. Tiago, Professor Álvaro. I'm sorry, Daniel. I should have turned the floor over to you first. I'm a zero protocol guy here. Okay, so Tiago, go ahead. Good afternoon, everyone. Professor Álvaro and Daniel. Today, I'll speak about a project that's part of my thesis from Political Science Department at the University of São Paulo. I did some studies based on RAIS data starting in 2019. First, why artificial intelligence? So the labor market and artificial intelligence is a very interesting topic. We are started with the interest in the algorithms of artificial intelligence and their use, the fact that artificial intelligence is seen as a technology for general use, which ends up posing challenges in terms of public policies, especially when we consider the potential impact on work and income. And why the labor market? Because there are two main points of uncertainty. About what will be the future of work, how AI technologies will impact existing occupations. And there's a second source of concern, which is the impact on income inequality. Depending on the future of work, there may be a lack of work, more concentration of work in certain occupations, and that is related to a discussion we always see, which is the replacement or complementarity of technology and work. And there is an approach that's task-based, especially on the plant side, but usually we have given more focus on education, on occupations and the number of tasks within occupations. The main questions were, what are the occupations that undergo the highest potential impact with the advancement of artificial intelligence in the formal labor market in Brazil? And what would be the aggregate impact of the growth of artificial intelligence on this labor market? What does the literature say? With the advances of technological tools on agriculture, for example, on plants, there are potential dismissals concentrated locally and in time. But we must also pay attention to the social organization of work, in addition to this literature that works on tasks and skills. Let's take a look at Brazil. These are some indices adjusted for artificial intelligence and skills in Brazil are not so developed when it comes to artificial intelligence. We have a low level of installation of robots and continuous processes, but the use of artificial intelligence at work has been growing exponentially. When we see the concentration of artificial intelligence for countries with higher punctuation in 2018, Brazil, it has a high score, only behind Singapore. And there are different expectations about Brazil. Singapore, Canada, Australia, and Sweden they have a large growth on average. And the other aspect is about the level of development in research and development and transfer of technology and direct foreign investment. Brazil is far from the expected investment level. There's always a low level of investment in Brazil, as well as technology transfer. So what can we expect from Brazil? considering the low investment and the reduced use of robots at the same time that there is a high level of artificial intelligence being used at work, we expect a concentration occupations of higher educational level and skill building. The composition of the job market that is formal also matters. The more fragile the occupations they are qualified, the higher the negative impact about the job level. The higher the proportion of them at the job market, the higher the potential expected impacts. The data used are data of highs that are aggregate between 2008 and 2019, according to CBO 2002, by state. There's also the index of artificial intelligence developed by Tolan et al. Applied to CBOs. There is a list of occupations by ONET that's similar to CBOs, along with ISO. So we make this transition of indices. Here, when you look at the Brazilian labor market, in terms of, we divided cognitive skills based on three aspects: social, object-oriented, and physical. So it has a lot more impact on skills that are object-oriented. At the same time, there is lower development of artificial intelligence in physical activities. This is an average of what we find in the Brazilian labor market. In the beginning, I make a descriptive analysis of the artificial intelligence index for the main activities, and then I make predictions with ARIMA, with a self-regressive model that's integrated with moving averages, and ETs, error, trend, and seasonal, selected based on the lowest value for Bayes-Schwarz criteria, BIC. We also look to the 9 occupations that have a stronger presence in the Brazilian occupational market or labor market. So skills that are object-oriented suffer the highest impact, social a bit less, and then physical way less. Thiago, 1 minute to go. And here we have separated for the 9 occupations that are the most recurring ones. Truck driver, for example. Here you have the occupations with the artificial intelligence index above 0.99, but mostly related to engineering occupations. But their share in the labor market is very small. So the higher skilled occupations, although their share in the market, in the job market, is low. Now looking at the level of education in the formal labor market, higher share is of people who have a university education. So based on these models, we conclude that despite some moments of tension, we don't expect, at least soon, there's some adaptations to be made to the models, but we don't expect such a huge drop because the occupations that will suffer the most have a very low share in the GDP. I will close now. Then we have some comments and final comments. Thank you very much. Thank you, Thiago, for your presentation. Now I invite Roseli Figaro that will present her work that was written along with Rafael Broma and Claudia, the live human work disguised by the metaphor of artificial intelligence. Thank you, Álvaro, for your presentation. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. It's a single opportunity for us, Claudia, Rafael, and I. We are coordinators of the Center of Research in Work and Research and DigiLabel Lab. Thank you all. And thank you for organizing this wonderful event. So I would like to bring a point of thought here, a consideration that's rather polemical. This living work of humans disguised by the metaphor of artificial intelligence. We start with the thesis that artificial intelligence is a metaphor that's made positive to express what that technology is about. If you look at the dictionary, WISE, both intelligence and artificial intelligence, we'll find a definition that it's a branch of IT that wants to make computers have the capacity of simulating some aspects of human intelligence. So we ask ourselves, why is it necessary to create such positive metaphors that don't clarify knowledge so much? We can also mention Cal Ford, the researcher, who said that artificial intelligence is neither intelligent nor artificial. And the German government has recently forbidden the name and decided to use automated decision-making process. And in 2020, this term has been used historically as a way to maintain power in the way that how a general artificial intelligence would work. So we will develop that thesis based on 3 arguments and 1 evidence. The arguments have to do with a bibliographical or literature review and the evidence that brings some secondary data from studies we have made and those we are aware of. So the first argument has to do with a certain viewpoint of what is technology and automation. I could say that these points of view about automated work and the supremacy of technology in terms of humans, this is not new. This is part of human imagination. Professor Bellanave says in a book he wrote in 2019 that the ideas of automated plants start in the 30s, 50s, 80s, and we may say that in the 21st century, after the bubble and after the restructuring of the internet market, especially starting in 2010 with the major platforms, especially social media platforms, at the Silicon Valley's company prevailing. And Professor Bellanave also says that In each of these historical moments, the discourse of automation is the wrong basis that intends to justify the high levels of unemployment due to technological advances. He does not agree that the unemployment rates are related to the technological development, but rather how technological resources are used to extract more value.
Our philosopher, Álvaro Pinheiro Pinto, says that this brings in a cybernetic romantic aspect, that the machine speaks for human being and thinks for them. And this brings in that the machine represents an extra step, a natural process of transferring the future of resolution of contradictions that men have with nature. In terms of also figuration concepts of Paulo Liani, we can say that they are the ones that feed the imaginary process, and in terms of the understanding the economic logics and also of to being able to be conformed to it. So this is also our first argument. And the second one would be about the substitution of human work. So we have contributed with Professor Antonio Caselli that emphasizes that from the 60 on, the process of replacing workers for automated solutions bring in a perspective of end of work. We see that discourse with the whole area, also with the humanities, and there's a whole concept in terms of this idea of the end of the work, so on and so forth. And many philosophers basing their work on it, they mentioned Daniel Bell and Jeremy as an example, as the ones that disseminate this idea. We could also resort to Ricardo Antunes, that right from the end of the 90s or even before Benenavier, questioning the theory of replacing human work with the technology and IT and also through communication. James Stanhope also considers the work related to artificial intelligence another example of fragmentation, of lack of quality and automation of the process of works that are very familiar to many and that have been for over 100 years. So this argument is always there to say that the use of technologies come to make human work go through a precarization. So this is a structure in terms of an ontologic concept of what it is, work and communication, which is our area of these authors. So communication, human work for us, not only has the prerogative of being able to transform the whole power into act, it is born in the core of the right to confront. So for us, the work activity is at the same time one of communication, because that's where you have the relationship with the other in terms of the workers, human beings are communicating and establishing bonds with others where they need to work with. So communication participates actively of the forms of organizing work, of planning work, the mobility of knowledge, of the structuring of all the collective groups, of the constitution and the sharing of that which is available, and also of the recomposition. And that way, I should also say and mention the process of rationalization of work, of the scientific work as it was called, from Taylorism or from the 70s, or the fragmentation and platformization of work as a process that are regulated and that are really brought in through communicational logic. So without this communicational process, there is no work organization, and the algorithm logic of really being able to do that, that we talk about cognitive capitalism, because it transforms into data the whole interaction that we have between man and machine, and that's where you have the so-called artificial intelligence, which is actually human work that is taken on through algorithm logic. I should also mention that this way, the communication work allows us to see ways of the contemporary machinery as a way to explore workforce that had never been used as much, and as a potential transforming of the relationship of a future that is possible. So this is the contradiction. As it is, it's a way to explore that is deep and broad, but there is a potential of transformation that is very big. Rosalie, I apologize to stop you, but you have 1 more minute. And to just end in my last minute, just refer to many research that we've developed, and also other researchers referring to the workers that worked at Amazon Turk, and they work in platforms, as they call click farms, that give us so many problems with uninformation and all these ones, the YouTubers and influencers. We don't know what are actually bots called real clicks, or they are actually purchases from these clicks from these companies, or click farms as they are called. So I mean, these are Brazilian workers that do that with TikTok. So in terms of mentioning, I mean, also of Jonas, where the drones will the drones go through the slum of here Paraisópolis, and the data is seen in other countries of Latin America. So to close, I want to say that as a conclusion, what we have seen is that Brazil is always hindered. I mean, because the workers are in a situation of lack of proportion. In terms of what we get in terms of salary and quality of work. I mean, understand what's the role of the technology that has to do with human work, that has to do with autonomy and sovereignty of our country. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rosalie, for your presentation. We will have later time for discussion. I'd like now to invite a group of authors: Rodrigo Brandão de Andrade Silva, Pedro César de Quadros Vivas, and Laura Simões Camargo, who will present the study National Strategy Artificial Intelligence Comparison of Public Policies Geared Towards the Future of Work. That's Rodrigo who will present. Welcome, you have 10 minutes, and once you're done, I will stop you, okay? Can you see my screen? Well, thank you everyone for the organization of this event and for the opportunity. I will compare here about the national strategy that Pedro, Laura, and I did. And this is a research that is ongoing. It's an empirical part. I mean, about the future of work. Of this, I mean, we have some model based on tasks that Thiago mentioned a bit, and some of the authors and Rosalie also mentioned. And what have we noticed in revising literature? We have spotted many positions of some authors saying that it's very important for us to understand as different stakeholders understand the concept of artificial intelligence. If it's understood only as a means to promote automation, or if the companies or the formulators are worried also of promoting the interaction between these and the human work. So to be able to look into that, we were interested in investigating if with the ones to establish public policy, if there was intention to have successful promotion between artificial intelligence and workforce. And what we note is that when we look into this spheres of the public policy legislators, we see that in the strategies of artificial intelligence of the countries, there are some core concerns when the term is workforce. The strategies usually refer to the concern of making feasible the development of AI, that is, to prepare the workforce so that it is able to really develop it within the country. And another concern also that the local population can really know how to use artificial intelligence. And really going through the documentation from different countries, we realized that there was a general concern when the topic is the workforce. So here we identified these two general lines: the concern of making feasible development and dissemination of AI, and to prepare the workforce to be able to use artificial intelligence. We knew there was that general concern, but we needed to have a better tuned and focus to read the strategies carefully to understand what there was in terms of the strategies and what they actually mean or say about the target of the strategies. And to be able to balance that out in terms of the target for the strategies, we identified a document that was very useful for our research, which was the official strategy of the United Kingdom of artificial intelligence. In their official strategy, the United Kingdom works with 3 targets. They talk about the concern of the country of reaching those who build AI, the users of AI, and the group of people that they want to aspire with artificial intelligence. We know that these 2 categories, which are the builders of AI and the users of AI, have a good dialogue with what I just said, which is this concern of the countries of trying to get their workforce ready so that they're able to both develop technology locally and also making the market possible to be able to use technology. So we used the whole scheme of the United Kingdom as a main outline, but it was a very general one in these 2 categories, which are the AI builders and the users. And there was an additional concern to understand how we can fill in these categories. What could there be on each of them? So we realized of a work of OCDE in terms of artificial intelligence of some countries, and they work with different groups of beneficiaries as students, researchers. So we that way got to the different categories of CD, and we were able to bring that into our categories, which are the builders and users. So we were able to look into that. So that way we started our categories which are the builders and users of AI, and we saw a hybrid one, which are the professors, because sometimes they come as users and sometimes as builders. So once we went through this analysis, we went through the official ones. So we analyzed them of 11 countries. We were going to work with the 15 major economies, but because of language barriers and technical barriers, we were able to just work with 11. So we read the official documentation of the strategies, the founding documents, and the monitoring updated one. So many of the documentation is already dated. Some have been around for over 5 years. So for some countries, they've already updated. So we work with the original one and with the updated. So reading them, we were able to identify if they were detailed in terms of the target. They bring specific points of how they want to reach the builders and users of AI. That was our question, to try to understand if the documentations were detailed in terms of the targets they want to reach. And we try to identify if this new documentation can tell you, oh, this documentation of this country prioritizes mostly users than builders of AI. So this is a question we had to pass this into the official documentation. What we were able to spot is that some countries are very much detailed when it comes to their target, and Australia, US, and the UK give details of what they want to do to form AI builders and AI users. Other countries are less detailed, which are the ones we analyzed, which is Germany, Brazil, Canada, China, Spain, France, India, and Mexico. And other than that, and identifying this level of detail, we also want to identify if in the official documents we can see if there's privilege over one group to another. And we identified that for Canada, China, Brazil, and India, the focus of the official documentation is on the AI builders. Basically, students of PhD, postdoctorate, and established researchers. We're not talking about the quality of the focus. We will address that later on, but we can say that the focus is more on this group. In other countries, in the official documentation, you can see that there is an attention for the builders and users of AI. To look to the strategies is not something that we judge to be efficient or sufficient. So because we here have a major frame of the concern in terms of the target from each country, but the official strategy are documentation that show intentions. So we want to understand if the intentions on these documents have echo on the day-to-day of public administration. That's why we started to investigate the official websites of the government of the investigated countries. So basically, we checked the labor departments, we checked the official websites of the labor websites when that wasn't possible, because in some cases, the countries do not have a specific one for their labor department. We went for the general website of the public administration. Do I have another minute? That's right. Okay, I'll carry on and get to the end here. So that way we were able to check artificial intelligence, and we identified on the websites all that went on related to the future of work. So we have all these here in terms of artificial intelligence in a database, and in work made by 2 researchers, we identified if the news of the official documentation that we had on the website, if it's related with a topic related to the change in labor because of artificial intelligence. So in the case of the official documentation and news that were relevant, That means that really talk to the theme of change because of artificial intelligence. We looked into identifying if that had any public policy to focus on forming AI builders and users. So there were many initiatives, public ones, that we saw for the builders and users of AI.
We compared our list of initiatives aimed at these two audiences with monitoring that was similar to one we did made by OECD. And I'll jump to the final conclusions. So I'll speak more about Brazil. But we noticed that as in the Brazilian case, there is in the official document, the focus is on the builders of artificial intelligence, that is, researchers. We're not talking about the quality of that focus. Brazil shows in its official document a concern for AI builders. But if you look at the policies that the Brazilian government is thinking about, the budget for AI builders much better than the US or German budget. We also noticed that the Brazilian government in the websites, it is announcing many more initiatives that target AI users. So in the official document, it announces public policies targeting builders, but in the everyday life, it brings news about public policies that are connected to skill building for workers that are already in the marketplace. This needs to be done. Like Thiago said, there are changes going on in the Brazilian labor market. So we need to think about training the people who are already in the labor market. But there is an issue there. It is possible that the Brazilian government, by enlarging the focus from AI builders to AI users, won't do the job well in terms of having consistent public policies for researchers, as well as for those who need further training, given the changes that AI will cause in the labor market. So these are the conclusions we identified based on the list of public policies that we identified in official websites. We made a series of recommendations for those who make the public policies in Brazil, that they are able to gauge the policies both for AI users and builders. That's basically what I had to say. If I have more time in the Q&A session, I'll try to explain some of my points better. Okay, thank you very much, Rodrigo. And I would like to remind you that the PPTs, the presentations, will be made available. So we can now look at the slides that Rodrigo spoke briefly about. Now, the next topic is Public Statistics and Artificial Intelligence, the case of the UN Global Platform, written by Oscar Arruda Dalva and Edemilson Paraná. So you have the floor, Oscar. Good afternoon. This article was written by me and by Edemilson Paraná. The addresses a clinical study that's part of my PhD research. The general hypothesis is the field of production of public statistics, theoretically limited to the national territory, could be reconfigured by the algorithm field that is new. So we refer to the work of institutions such as IBGE in Brazil and US Census in the United States, the production of statistics about unemployment, inflation, and national accounts. More than a new technical frontier, artificial intelligence involves economic issues and given the asymmetric power exerted by public and private entities, in addition to the strategic value that data has in the current state of capitalism. In this article, the hypothesis is tested by the investigation of the UN platform to produce statistics with the use of artificial intelligence. This platform is developed as the UN Big Data with 4 hubs: China, Rwanda, Brazil, and United Arab Emirates. The stronger hypothesis test is that the construction of a UN platform is the result of a translation that uses the Sustainable Development Goals to create a market of official statistics and algorithms. In the case of ONU platform, it evidences a transformation process in which epistemological and technological innovations reconfigured of national spaces for the production of statistics with new supranational spaces for the production of artificial intelligence. We believe that this process may pose risks to the sovereignty of public data if there is a reduction of national independence about domestic statistics. The prevailing logic, market logic in the creation of the platform, and the fact that it's managed by a private organization that has multinational companies of data and AI industry in its management is a source of concern. The UN platform has a goal of generating profit for sales partners, which is a rupture of the principles, a breach of principles of official statistics. According to the 6th principle, data collected by statistical agencies are to be used exclusively for statistical purposes. Both public data collected by statistical industry and they seem to be key elements for opening new market fronts in AI sectors and NCO's reconfiguration. In this context, the trend seems to be to reconfigure the role of statistical organs or bodies from statistics producers to government, to bodies that only approve data. This is under construction. The UN platform is a vanguard experiment in that sense. In the value generation front that's been developed within the platform, the acquisition of multinational data to produce domestic or international data that could give rise to a market for buying and selling data. Strategic data from global countries could be used for training of AI learning models. Finally, we showed that the discourse of the 2030 Agenda and SDG for the promotion of PPPs and reconfiguration of the global statistical infrastructure, this was accompanied by a set of actions that are to disencourage PPPs and new models for financing and governance of global statistics infrastructure. The main concepts used were the space of equivalences conventions from Alain Desauriers, the translation in technoscience from Bruno Latour, intellectual data monopolies by Cecilia Ricaip, and the other book that was on the screen. And with regards to the article, in the first nation to understand the context in which AI was included in UN, we discussed the affinity of the 2030 Agenda with it and the SDGs with neoliberal project. There is a prevailing view of development targeted at building subjectivities to the market by creating partnerships, capacity building, and big data that are the basis of the proposal for data revolution for sustainable development. Then we investigate this data revolution. We point out that since the first mention of the topic on UN, there was a partnership between government, international stakeholders, and private companies. In the expert group report, a diagnosis is presented in which national statistic systems would be insufficient to provide necessary data to measure the SDGs. So the group proposes to modernize the statistical domestic institutes by creating PPPs and supranational spaces with shared governance between public and private entities. The third section of the article investigates the translation to promote more use. We investigate, in particular, the GPSDG and Paris 21 group, two coalitions that work in this arena. GPSDG is at the USN Foundation, is led by Ted Turner, the founder of CNN, a majority shareholder of Warner Media. Among the partners are Facebook, Google, Microsoft, and IBM. The group Paris 21 is headed at OECD, and they are funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So they both took an active part in the preparation of this global plan that to identify and remove barriers to the use of new data sources, the development of institutional arrangements that are needed for public-private cooperation, and create opportunities for participation of non-state actors in funding statistics. The fourth section of the article, we analyze the building of the platform. It uses market principles to produce official statistics with big data and machine learning. Generating profit for partners is a clear objective. Since 2021, it has been managed by SDG. And among the projects and the development are the construction of a pipeline of data in Senegal, using data for ship tracking, price index, and hosting database in Cambodia. According to the task group report, measuring SDGs and the big data that would be the first goal of the platform has not advanced. In 2021, a task group was created. The most recent documents have emphasized economic statistics, new instruments of acquisition and sharing of data. I'm sorry, Oscar, you have 1 minute. The translation seems to be completed while the discourse of measuring SDGs lacks strength. The challenge now seems to be structuring the 4 regional hubs, Asia, Africa, and one in Brazil, and the way to generate value using the platform. To conclude, the set of economic and cognitive investments that we identified in the article seems to be directed to build a new algorithm space based on equivalences, which could result in a reconfiguration of national spaces of production of public statistics. That would be the result of political and economic actions that are very objective and interested in the data. The case we analyzed is part of an emerging logics in the new organization of capital to generate value based on data. Finally, we believe that this points out to the need of an agenda of critical researchers about AI that tries to understand the complex relationship between the development of new government models and new materialities to extract and generate value based on data. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank our friends that are presenting and the panel members, as well as to our colleagues from Next, who also took part in this discussion for this article. Thank you. Thank you, Oscar, for your presentation. Now I turn the floor over to Danielle. Danielle, please feel free to make your comments. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to take part in this debate. Thank you, Professor Álvaro, for the invitation. My experience in this area is very practical. I have worked for many years in 2 labor codes, and as a lawyer as well, I work with labor law, and I was very impressed with the quality of the 4 studies brought here. As in addition to being a lawyer, I didn't see that in the university. My area in political science is a completely different one, and I was highly impressed with the quality of the studies conducted. So I congratulate all the authors and presenters for the works that were presented here. I don't know how it works, Professor Álvaro, if they will be able to answer questions and suggestions that I make. If so, it would be very nice. Yes, authors will have 5 extra minutes to reply. Okay. I must admit that the first presentation, it was very hard to hear the presentation of Thiago. I don't know if it was my web connection or his microphone that was poor quality. So the one that was the best was the last one, so the quality improved. I would like to make a formal critique or review of the presentations. I know that 10 minutes is very short, very little time to present such rich and detailed and well done work as you have done. But especially the first 3, they were made in such a hurry. So it's like an avalanche of information thrown on us, and you try to do your best. But actually, I thought something is missing. They were in a hurry, and we ended up missing some linearity there. It's really an art to be able to present such good work in so little time. This is something we need to learn. Since the beginning in the academia, as well as in my professional life, I have to deal with that challenge, and sometimes I succeed, others I don't. In the Rosalie's work, I would like to have seen a PowerPoint presentation or something similar, especially online. That makes it a lot easier for us to understand, especially when the connection is not so good. Maybe I wouldn't hear you so well, but then I would read the presentation. Thiago brought some very interesting points. And my comments to Thiago, although others have the same problem, you brought some topics that that would require some explanations in PowerPoint, that saying what some acronyms mean, some of these ideas, what's the meaning of them. And what really caught my attention in all the projects presented is how this environment is being well studied by universities in the academia in Brazil. Maybe it's lack of my lack of knowledge or reading about this topic. I don't see such a discussion in the mainstream media in Brazil. This is something you may have comments about. That doesn't mean that your work is not important. On the contrary, it's important because you are assessing current times so that we can adapt to the future. The future is there, and artificial intelligence will play a key role. Today, we're discussing autonomous cars, and soon there will be transportation apps without drivers, such as Uber and 99, as other work of automation, the use of AI at work in our lives in general, that will cause less and less people to be needed for work. I once was debating with my wife, and I would like to have your general impression about it. Many times during our existence in this planet, we imagine that there is such a major evolution happening that people will not have jobs. And in theory, this didn't happen. In all the other revolutions, the first industrial revolution, oh, then we won't need so many people. And then there came the second revolution and it didn't happen. So the job market adapts. And of course, there is always a part of society that's left out, but the vast majority of people fit in somehow, and they fit in the job market.
So in terms of that, now we are about to have a revolution in the workforce, or in the, actually, I mean now, and in the next 30, 40, 50 years, we won't have jobs. In Brazil. It's all a bit slower than in Europe and the US, and in the Far East in general. And this time, it seemed that we will have that in terms of if it all really works with all the artificial intelligence, automation, there won't be enough job. There are many people that won't have what to do. And the different governments will have to deal with that in terms of automation and many people not having what to do. So I'd like you to talk a bit about that, each of you, in your own view. And Thiago's work stood out to me, using the data of Heinz and also of many others to be able to have this dialogue in artificial intelligence with the impact in the Brazilian market. And as a person who has two jobs, lawyer and professor, I see that clearly, and I see that also in the legal market. So I see on both ends, from a lawyer standpoint, where they are getting automated. You see that some offices already have the petition written by the bots. They'll need less and less lawyers. They just fill in the information, and also automated legal decisions. So if I heard well, Thiago, you talked about the jobs that you mostly have in Brazil are the ones of necessary less qualification. I don't know if I didn't understand well or exactly what you addressed. I want you to tell us a bit about what would be the impact for this. So, I mean, in terms of the theory, someone in law that is already feeling that way, how would that be? So this is already something we have, or that will not happen? With Rosalie, with Claudia, I also liked the work, and I just would like to add about that. I'm a very visual person, and I need to see and not only listen to the presentation. I also want to address the same way. How? So, I mean, with Rosalie, what was brought here of this can be adapted to the current Brazilian situation. I know you mentioned many experts, Ottaviani, a major sociologist that's already passed away. So I don't know if it was a time restriction, but I wasn't sure as well. So I mean, thinking about what we already have been going through or not. So what Rodrigo presented and also by Laura really stood out to me. I thought it was really great, all the research study of really comparing the major 15 economies around the world. And I have to say what stood out to me was Italy. You said you had a hard time with Italy. I was curious to know what happened to Italy. I saw there one, Russia, Japan. And what really stood out to me, Rodrigo and everybody else, I was really surprised with Brazil from outside. I mean, that's something that is a concern of me, but this is not my academic field. Brazil is lagging. And as we see, it can give you a feeling that it's not as much, or there's a lot of documentation about that. You showed a graph showing that Brazil already has much information on the use of artificial intelligence. So in terms of contradictions you presented, that Brazil's talking a lot about users, but it's focusing on users. So I'd like you to talk a bit more when it comes to the Brazilian aspect. How is that being? How have you seen in terms of that? Is it something that has been going on for some time? Is it something more recent? I was really curious, specifically in terms of the lack of operability that we see from 2019 till now. I thought that wasn't even present in the government administration. Maybe I did not understand that right. So I would understand, I mean, and maybe I understood incorrectly. So I'd like to get from you, I mean, how Brazil is going through that and what are the main problems that we are facing. I would understand, please. Here talking about many questions here. Oscar and Denilson, I like your presentation a lot. It was very round, and it uses something that I believe is very important, although I am from the legal area, and many people think that we don't like it. So we haven't learned how to deal with that. I mean, very far from that, actually. But some jurists do like, and I'm one of them. And in terms of collecting data and compiling them numerically many times, and to show the importance that is so huge of the use of statistics to improve society and public policies. And you have here the global platform of the United Nations, as you mentioned. I thought that was really great, with a lot of interesting information of financing, interested companies. And here, the big richness of the capital system is the data, and the social media can clearly show that. With my experience in digital, where I wrote a book together with some colleagues, I mean, anybody can know that. People many times don't realize, but it's there. So if you stop and think about it, you'll realize what's most important is that. And we have information to be given, free information for Google, for Microsoft, and for the social media, Facebook in general. They say they're giving the service for free. Actually, we are giving a lot of information for free for them, and they give us just crumbles of what they can for pure entertainment. So in Brazil, how do you see that, and how is that type of information being used, and how is that being used in terms of artificial intelligence for the public statistics? And we shall remember, I mean, in terms of the census, it should have been done last year. I mean, with the pandemic, wouldn't make sense. I mean, the current government wasn't really interested, and it was important to have these census. In theory, will be next year, and I learned through the press yesterday or before that we don't have the right budget for it again. So also our statistics agency, IBGE, have really been working hard to get the effort ready for that. So what is the situation, although directly? I mean, I was really anxious to hear all and read your full work, and Professor Alvaro said it will be soon made available. I really liked your presentation, so I just mentioned a few formal aspects, but I have these general ones, and I mean, in terms of your work, it's not easy. You work so hard to have quality research in this country of ours. So, I mean, in somehow being able to help and to be able to really fight the questions. So thank you, Professor Alvaro, for the opportunity, and hopefully I'll be able to help you somehow. Okay, thank you very much for your comments. I mean, they were very careful and very generous feedback on the works, and we are running a bit late, so I'll speed up. So I'm not going to use my 10 minutes, and I will just pass the question by reading them here, and the authors can also read. So I'll just quickly go through them so that everybody can have access to the questions. So to start, I have two questions for Rosalie. The first one has to do of how the process that you describe impact specifically developing countries. And Klinger Souza also asks Rosalie if you agree that AI has impact in the workforce, a disruptive one, or you consider that it's just one more stage of technology built in the workforce. And Paulo Pirozelli asks Rodrigo, when it comes to recommendations, what type of public policies would allow us to really have users and builders AI contemplated? Maria Sergio Salerno from Paulo, also to Rodrigo, were you able to locate policies for AI development based on substantial government purchases, or policies geared toward that mission? Another one from Klinger Souza, and this is for Oscar. Are you suggesting that the production of national statistics has a national security character and a pillar of our sovereignty? Today, the Brazilian data is already privatized by all the big data. So I would like to really take advantage of my position and ask you one question, one specifically for Tiago, the other one is more generic. One of the main points when we talk about the debate of the economists about work, in terms of technology, they can destroy or take on. So in terms of this, I mean, of this type. So with all of this, I mean, that has to do with this, and overall, the most typical one that we have, all of them make really strong efforts and are able to do that. These occupations that will be destroyed, but no one, from what I know, there isn't much study that is able to do that with new, I mean, in terms of creation and establishing. So my question is, can that be magnifying this impression that the job will vanish overnight? And the second one, which is more general, so I mean, the workforce, I mean, is a more and more international one. The studies are very much focused on Uber, iFood, which is something that has to do with the location. But if you look at the workforce of artificial intelligence and programming, where you have innovation in the US is not the same that these tools are used. You'll have there hundreds of Indians rendering service to Amazon, Apple. So how can you think of national regulation of workforce based on that? How can you work that out? I mean, that's a question for everyone. I mean, in terms of the decent work, so on and so forth. Now you have 5 minutes each, and unfortunately, I'll have to be really strict because we're running a bit out of time, and our next activity will start at 15 past. So let's restart. Tiago. Thank you, Alvaro. Tiago, I apologize. Your audio's better, but there's another question of Bernardo Ballardin to Oscar. Constitutionally and legally speaking, what is the possibility of public-private partnership for data protection in Brazil and around the world with these supranational levels? Anything else? So I'll have to stop now. And if you send me more questions, I can send to the authors respectively. I apologize, everyone, Daniel and everyone, for the audio. There's a construction site on the upstairs apartment. So I had to modulate the microphone of my computer. And anyway, carrying on to the questions, I'd like to thank you, everyone. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for the comments. I'd like to start by talking about work regulation. I render service abroad today. I work not only in Brazil, so I work with that, but I can't even know how to think about it, you know? And with this specific question of Alvaro, it's tough, this whole idea of the debate, because it ends up, I mean, we end up having too much on our paper to go through. But this thing about the new occupations, I mean, if someone had thought of a way to generate artificial intelligence that is to be reached, I mean, in terms of occupation, so the debate that we have today with the literature, we talk about the areas that should be more contemplated with the change, a need for adaptation, the growth of occupation for personal service, for healthcare, of the personal, but not thinking about, I mean, specific, but the healthcare one, of the impact of artificial intelligence. And there's something that is really strong in all this process, which is about the capital. I mean, thinking about when the cost of the capital is lower than work, you have this replacement. When you look into Brazil for the labor market as a compensation level that's too low in Brazil, I mean, thinking about for all of this, even, I mean, thinking about the technologies that we have, I mean, as long as it won't be cheaper than work, you won't have the need. But what I'm saying, there is really a need in terms of the technology demand. We had a big demand about automation, where there was all this literature about this, and the idea is what type of tasks we can do? Well, because if you think about the routine and all tasks, we have technologies that would be able to deal with that. And that is why, within the limits of substitute and work, you have a great focus on this. It's for this type of ability. So we have different goals as well, in terms of the physical one, as navigating. I mean, thinking about being able to navigate and all, in thinking about each of the items. This would be a bit of the logic. I mean, and these are less developed technologies now. For other ones, we have more. So this is a bit of the change when we compare with the previous one.
Sobre os trabalhos estarem pouco fora do mainstream, a gente tem no Brasil hoje desenvolvimento de bastante pesquisa, gente.
In Brazil, there are several studies being developed about AI. There's a very robust group. We could have a specific panel here about labor market. It's something that internationally is being developed strongly. One of the most famous economists worldwide has these works about the replacement of labor by artificial intelligence. Here, we're still starting. We see some growth, but it's gaining a lot more room abroad. Thank you. Thank you, Thiago, very much. You were precise in the use of time. So now, turn the floor to Roseli. Thank you very much for the questions and remarks. I thank Professor for his remarks. About the question of how this situation is allotted to the Brazilian case, there are several studies. I could mention some works that have been published already by Brazilians who research the case of Brazil. Professor Ludmila Filho, Rodrigo Carelli, Bruno Moretti, Mateus Braz, and many others. And we include Rafael Bromo, who is the coordinator of the project Fair Work in Brazil, myself, Claudia Ribeck. We work with the scenario of platformization of communicators' work, for example. There are many things being published, including during the pandemic. As for the impact on developing countries, the impact is immense because in these geopolitics of capital, poor countries are left to provide the cheaper labor, the labor that could be wasted out with 18 hours of work a day, 14 hours of work a day, with no rights and with no subsidies to eat and go to the bathroom. These are cases that the Brazilian courts should look into, but they believe there is no employment relationship or liability. First, I think the law and the legals, these were millions of workers who render services not only as drivers and couriers, but people who produce content, people who work in the farms as in the click farms that provide services to companies worldwide. There is data, there are studies. What needs to be done is to have a national movement to bring this to the public interest to regulate the rights of workers. It is impossible not to recognize these people as working, believing that data comes from heaven, data don't come from heaven. These data are produced not only by consumers, workers of consumption, but also those who perform jobs such as data recognition, content production, and service providers. As for the question of whether the work is disruptive or will we adapt? In this technological transformation process, there's always a mismatch. A mismatch for capital is nothing. That's an investment that is made, and that's adaptation. What is an adaptation? A mismatch for the objective lives of people. It could mean a destruction of an entire generation, thousands of millions of people being thrown on the streets, as we see in our country. But that's all right, because it's a mismatch. And there is another alignment. But what we witness with this type of technoscience is that this creative destruction that is continuous. There is no longer a longer adaptation period. It is part of the value circulation logic that this destruction be continuous. So this is a very serious problem for people. From the point of view of the country, of the nation, this is also an issue, because nation is a country that's being not useful for the logic of capital, the logics of frontiers, of that's a problem. That's why we signed the terms of usage, and we give them the right to use our data that's above the Constitution. So the logics of the national states are being widely impacted. So the notion of state, of institution, Muniz Sodré, in his latest book, talks about the civil society that deals about that topic. It's not me who's saying that. So this is the time for the academia, researchers, and everyone else produce researches and studies to guide decisions that target the benefit in the interests of our country and our population. I could work more about the work of communicators and where that's headed, but there's a lot published and people could look into that. Thank you. Thank you, Roseli, for sticking to time. Rodrigo, your final comments, please. Thank you for your comments, Danielle. I would like to start with Paulo's question. He asked me in the recommendations, I identified policies that would be good for users and producers of AI. We identified policies in Brazil and other countries that have those goals. These are public initiatives that try to provide content about artificial intelligence, online content about AI. We did not assess the quality of these initiatives, but what stands out is that they are targeting very different audiences. It's an initiative that tries to provide content for someone who is a well-established researcher, as well as people who are starting to learn about the topic. So I noticed that these are policies that provide online content for these two different audiences, which makes me wonder about it. I mean, that would deserve an extra research to assess the quality of these courses. Some countries provide free public courses about artificial intelligence. In Mario's question, he asked me if we identified any initiative to try to develop artificial intelligence through government purchases. No, we have not identified any initiative like that. And this would allow me to give a response to Daniel. What is the more structured initiatives in Brazil? One is the creation of artificial intelligence centers, that 600 have been created in a partnership with MCTI and FAPESP and CTI. That's targeted researchers, which in our case are the builders of AI. There is a partnership between MCTI and Embrapi, but that's research more applied for industries and companies. And there's another initiative that is related to startups in AI, which is AI2. In terms of public policy, Brazil has only these three initiatives, but there are other policies being discussed targeting wider audiences that are basically workers who are already part of the labor market and that need some skill building. Something that requires further investigation is that there is a risk that the government may lose focus on the current existing policies when trying to broaden the focus to these other policies that it's trying to structure. It's a red flag or yellow flag rather, because these three policies exist. Okay, let's create other policies to have other audiences, but you need to do it properly, announcing the budget, what is the IT scope. Otherwise, you risk just announcing an initiative that's not necessarily executed. So I would say that yes, Brazil is not a desert of initiatives. There are at least three consistent structured initiatives. I'm not talking about focus, because if I compare what Brazil directs to AI centers, much less than France or the US, but there is something. But we risk talking about initiatives that only pro forma in initiatives. I hope I answered your question, Daniel. Thank you, Rodrigo. Oscar, your final comments, please. Final remarks. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel, for your comments. I would like to take this opportunity to go over some theoretical aspects that I went through very quickly. The research was on the sociology of quantification, the instrumental use of statistics. So when I say statistics, I refer to it as a tool for proof to test scientific knowledge and a government tool, a political tool. In this notion by Alain Desauriers, it's also a concept that could be used to understand the algorithms and technologies of AI. So these are tools that have a technical scientific bias, but must be also considered from the political point of view. And in these articles, the remarks were about the political economy that is moving and creating a series of transformations in this arena, especially public statistics, which is the point of my research. So Daniel asks whether about Brazil. Well, yes, there is at IBGE, there is a production of some statistics in which big data and algorithm and machine learning methods are complementary methods. For example, price statistics, that there is a robot collecting information online, but you have to weigh the data. And what Rosalie mentioned is that data are not data. data, according to Desorier, data involve cognitive investments and economic investments that are substantial. So creating a public statistics system like ours
necessário conjunto muito grande de investimentos, né,
required a major investment in order for Brazil to have an institution such as IBGE that defines its methodologies and harmonizes with international methodologies. So there is a process, a cost of transformation. And what this article tries to show is that, can we use alternative methods? Yes, we can, but it's not just a matter of choosing the method. We must pay attention to the political, economical, and strategic implications, and to the dimension, not mixing those dimensions and knowing what is the space of each dimension so that one doesn't overtake the other. I don't remember who asked that. The question was that our statistic would be under the big data system. No, we have a solid system of public statistics, and these statistics, we're talking about the labor world. So we have a study like PNAD Contínua that has credibility, and building this credibility is essential for the statistic bodies, and legitimacy is key. Knowing that there is a possibility of building a public figure and having this figure, a figure that is credible. Today, big data is complementary. So yes, IBGE and the National School of Statistical Sciences now enters this process of the UN platform by hosting one of the regional hubs of the platform. And today working in training data scientists. I believe this is very important for data science. But it's not only a technical issue. It's important to remember well, another question was asked about the PPPs. So yes, in the article we investigate that, and one of the easy things about building supranational spaces is to prevent domestic barriers for some public and private operations. So supranational go beyond frontiers. It's, as Rosalie mentioned, it seems that nation and its borders seems to be something that prevents a generation of value for value that we currently experience. I don't know if I was able to answer all the questions, but I thank you for the opportunity, and I thank my colleagues as well. Thank you. It's a pleasure being with you this afternoon. Thank you, Oscar. Our time is running out here, and I would like to thank all the panel members for this high-level debate, and thank you, Daniel, again for his generous comments. Would you like to say goodbye, Daniel, since I didn't let you say hi? Oh, no, just saying thank you. And as a legal worker, I deal with LGPD, the Brazilian data protection law, and there are so many complex aspects, and all those who presented the practical and political aspects, we are really taking baby steps here in it, and you are helping us. And I would like to thank the organizers as well as those presenters who were carefully selected to make their presentations. I forgot to say something important. about Daniel. He has a degree of social sciences by the University of São Paulo as well. So he knows the school. So I would like to invite you for the last activity of our seminar, which is the conference by Geneviève Bell from Australia. She's an important anthropologist, and the closing of the event. Thank you. Have a good afternoon, and thank you, the audience.
Boa tarde a todas e
Good
a todos.
afternoon, everyone. We are here getting to the end of our first seminar on artificial intelligence, democracy, and social impact. The seminar was held by the Humanities of the Center for Artificial Intelligence, C4AI, a partnership between University of São Paulo, IBM, and CEPESP. So we had intense discussions, provocations, and we're not done yet. We'll go a bit further on with more knowledge to get to know a bit more, get discussions about the aspects that are underlying the artificial intelligence field. We will close our seminar with a golden speaker. We will have the brilliant Dr. Genevieve Bell's talk, and then we'll be back to talk a bit more about our seminar, what we've seen, what we feel, and what we want to do from now on. So Genevieve Bell is director of the School of Cybernetics and the 3A Institute in Australia National University. She's vice president and senior researcher of the research laboratories of advanced development of Intel Corporation. Genevieve is a PhD in anthropologist. She has cultural anthropology major from Stanford University and reputable technologist and futurist. Spent over 2 decades in the Silicon Valley to develop Intel products and the research on design and social science. She's better known for her work in the intersection of the cultural praxis and the technological development of being an important voice in global debate for artificial intelligence and human society. In 2021, she was designated director of the new Cybernetics School of the National University of Australia, and it doesn't only house the 3A Institute, but also develops abilities on systems and design. Genevieve was designated the chair of Fire Logan McKenzie in LMU, and also the first electrical engineer actually of Australia, and she develops all this in our society. She also presented lectures for 2017 where she investigated what it means to be a human in Australia in the digital world. Currently, she also takes on many roles in other organizations and Australian boards. Her talk is The New Cybernetics, Exploring the Digital Future. Let's enjoy this moment to see Genevieve's talk.
Hi, my name is Genevieve Bell, and I am here to talk about cybernetics. I so wish I could be there in Brazil, but instead I am here in Australia. And for the next about 16 minutes, I want to tell you a series of stories about artificial intelligence, but from a completely different angle. I want to talk to you about the history of our future. I know that sounds like a crazy thing to say, but I think what I want to do is unpack just a little bit of how we got to the place we're in now and about some other ways that we could look through it. You probably want to think of this as less a talk and more a meditation on the moment we find ourselves in. But before I get much further, I want to acknowledge where I am today. I am on the lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people here in Canberra, Australia, and I want to pay my respects to the local traditional owners and elders, and to acknowledge that I'm on land that was always sacred, that is always sacred, and that was never ceded. And I want to reflect, as I always get to do in these moments, on both the pleasure and the privilege and also the responsibility that comes with being in a place that's been continuously occupied for 60,000 years. And for me, whenever we talk about the future and about building technology and about making things differently, I'm conscious that I get to do it in a place where people have been having all those same conversations for such a very long time. I also know that this talk is going to be listened to and goes out across the airwaves and onto the countries of many other peoples and nations. And I want to pay my respects to the traditional owners and elders of all of those places too. So where would you start in telling a story about our future? Where does it begin? Like the moment that we're in now, the moment where we talk about artificial intelligence and digital technologies and the internet and the web and data. Where would you begin with all of that? You could begin in fiction. You could begin in literature. You could maybe begin in all kinds of things from the 1900s. But I want to start in one particular place. I want to start with the first computers. For that, you have to go back to 1944, and then again in 1945, and 1948, and 1949, which are the moments when the first computers in the world get switched on. Whether it is the machine built to crack the Enigma in Bletchley Park in the United Kingdom, or the ENIAC, the first things we really think of as a computer in Philadelphia at the University of Pennsylvania, or whether it is the computer somewhat problematically called Babe at Manchester in London, in Manchester in England, or whether it's CIRAC here in Sydney, Australia. Each one of these computers represents a first moment where the lineage of our traditional and contemporary computers come into being. And these, let's be clear, weren't anything like the laptop or the desktop you're perhaps listening to this on, or even the mobile phone. These were huge. We're talking about 2 to 3 shipping containers big for a computer, thousands of transistors of a sort, thousands of mechanisms, and they were loud and they were smelly. It's hard to think that computers smelt, but they did. They smelt of burning dust and cracking paint and sometimes of insects frying on all the electricity. And they were power hungry. When the ENIAC was turned on in Philadelphia, it required the power of 6 suburbs to basically do addition and subtraction. And they used to joke in Philadelphia that you knew they were computing at the Naval Research Center when the lights over your kitchen table flickered. So those first computers were big and almost alive. And they were like nothing anyone had ever seen before. And they could do really simple things faster than any human could. They could perform tens of thousands of calculations in the time it took a person to do one calculation. And they were the beginning of something. But in that form, in that shape, in that sense of being living things, they're not a very good beginning point for the world we find ourselves in. A different beginning point would be 10 years later, in 1956, in Dartmouth, on the east coast of the United States, when a group of men gathered to talk about what might happen next for those very big computers that in the preceding decade had gotten just a little bit smaller and a whole lot more powerful. And for that collection of people who came out of industry, Bell Telephone and IBM, as well as out of the universities, and for some of them they came from government and the US military, they were really interested in what the future of computing might bring if those machines got smaller and more powerful. And if that transformation could continue to happen, what might it mean? And for that collection of people, they were really interested in trying to do 2 things. One, they wanted to know, could we work out what intelligence was and break it down into little tiny pieces so that we could effectively automate it? So the classic industrialization paradigm, reduce it into tiny steps, make the machine do it. They thought that would be a good thing to do. And they were really interested in doing 4 things if you could do that. They wanted to make machines use language, so speech. They wanted to make machines understand abstractions and concepts, so think things beyond language, meaning making. They wanted to have machines that could do things currently reserved for humans, and they wanted the machines to learn for themselves. And that research agenda is what they called artificial intelligence then, and in some ways what we still call it now. And it was less about the computers per se, and more about what might those computers do if they continue to get smaller and faster. And it was all about the machinery. Another moment in the history of our future happens yet another 10 years later, well, 12 years actually, in San Francisco in December of 1968, when a man named Douglas Engelbart steps onto a stage at a conference and shows off this crazy demo. So if you're not listening to this live, you should pause now, go to YouTube and type in the words "mother of all demos, Douglas Engelbart," and you will find a 90-minute film of the very first demonstration of the things we would regard as contemporary personal computers. Engelbart shows off a mouse. He shows off the ability to cut and paste text. He shows off hyperlinking. He shows off a file structure. He demonstrates something that looks and sounds remarkably like the internet. And he does it all by suggesting that what computing will be is part of an extension of what makes us human. That the computer will be a complement to our activities and our intellect and a way of expanding our capacity and our reach. It isn't about fragmenting us into little tiny pieces and replacing it with computation. It's about taking computation and augmenting us. And it's about a system between the human and the technological object. And to make that work, he has to invent and create all this stuff to let the human engage with the machine. And when you go back and look at that demo, not only is it crazy, right? It's kind of remarkable to think that that was one of the very first times someone demoed computing. And he did it in some ways that for me always echo through to the 21st century and the kind of tech events we still see with CEOs standing on stage showing stuff off. But there's another moment when the future must have suddenly come into view for people. Of course, right around the same time that's happening, so computers here in some ways about productivity and daily life. In London, on the other side of the Atlantic and the Pacific, I guess, there was an art exhibit and a whole collection of other remarkable people were starting to ponder what you could do with computers to make beauty and wonder and the spectacle. And they were wondering, could you make creative things with technology? And what would that look like? And they made music and computers that wrote poetry and computers that generated art. People worked out how to hack Fortran to make images. And it was this space of extraordinary possibility of imagining that possibly what computers would do wouldn't just be about mechanization or complementarity or augmentation. They would be about creating something wholly new and different. Multiple threads, right? And they all come together in that last piece of the puzzle that gets us to our present moment in 1969 in October, when that same man, Douglas Engelbart, in Menlo Park in Northern California, and a man named Leonard Kleinrock in Southern California at UCLA's campus work out how to connect two computers and send a message between them. And on that moment, in October 1969, the internet came into existence. And a whole notion of how you would connect computational objects so that messages could flow between people and so that messages could flow between computational objects came into existence. And we don't think much about that first moment and those first sites and what it must have been like. It's kind of ironic, of course, that the first time they attempted to turn on the internet, it crashed in the middle and they had to reboot it and start all over again. I think about that too sometimes. But here are these multiple threads, right, of multiple different people in different institutions and different organizations with different impulses, attempting to work out what would you need to do to make the future. Here's the secret, though. Maybe it's not a secret. Sitting underneath all of those pieces of the puzzle, there is another conversation going on that we don't talk about as much. We talk about the beginnings of the internet and computer-driven art, maybe not as much as we should. We certainly talk about artificial intelligence, we talk about personal computing, we talk about data and data flows and all those things. But there's another conversation that sits underneath all of those, and it's one I want to spend just a little bit of time unpicking because for me it's really interesting. So, turns out, at the same time that we are building this computational and technological apparatus, there's another wellspring in the second half of the 20th century that brings together the human, the technical, and the ecological. And that wellspring is something called cybernetics. Now, cybernetics functions in two ways, I think. It functions as a theory, as a way of explaining things, as a model, but it also functions as a way of doing things, as a form of praxis. Now, as a theory, it finds its strength and its coherence in the late 1940s in the United States, when a series of conversations were convened in New York City that brought together mathematicians and physicists and electrical engineers and psychologists and philosophers and neurologists and biologists and anthropologists and the occasional artist. And their conversations were about attempting to find a way to make sense of a world that would have computers in it, that would make sense of a world where computers could exist, but humans could stay in control of those computational objects. And it's important to remember why that might have happened. So in the 1940s, as computers came into existence and came online, they came online in the context of World War II. And in many places, they were used to aim guns and to work out how to target sites for dropping nuclear weapons. And their uses were complicated and complex. And I think for many of the people who gathered in these conferences in the late 1940s, they wanted to imagine a future with computing that wasn't about the destructive power, but about optimism and hope and about building something new. And for those people, what they started to do was try and theorize a way of thinking about a world that had computers in it, where you could still imagine, in the language of the 21st century, a human in the loop. And their theory was cybernetics. And cybernetics was about this notion of a science of control and communication between humans and the machine, and about how we would think that one through. And it had lots of people in that conversation. Claude Shannon, who is the father of information theory, Norbert Wiener, who was the first professor of computing and robotics at MIT, Margaret Mead and Gregory Bateson, quite famous anthropologists, Arturo Rosenbluth, who was incredibly important in the medical community in Mexico. It had people like Jerome Wiesner, who would go on to be the president of MIT, but also to run the National Science Foundation. Licklider, who would create DARPA. Lots of people in these conversations. And two really important things emerged in the theoretical piece of cybernetics. The first one was that cybernetics took as one of its core impulses a notion of feedback and circular causality. I know, I've had 2 cups of coffee and that's still a lot for me to even say out loud. Feedback, relatively straightforward. In fact, in some ways this is devastatingly simple inside. The output of any system is its future input. And while the idea of feedback had pre-existed computers, you can imagine as computers start to come along and you start to imagine these increasingly complex systems with computers in them, the notion that the output of the object is in turn its input is a really powerful way of starting to think about feedback and feedback loops, and about where the output needs to go and what the input needs to look like and what the relationship between those things might be. So feedback is one of the core concepts inside cybernetics. But because the notion of the system that's at play here is a complex, complicated system that's adaptive and dynamic, lots of words to say, this is not a straightforward system, you also have to imagine this notion of what are the pieces of the system. And inside cybernetics, this notion came to get to currency of circular causality, another big word, phrase, that means that there was a reciprocal relation between the pieces of the system. So those pieces of the system sat in a relationship to each other. That becomes hugely important because what sat inside the conversation about cybernetics was a system that would always and already include the human, the ecological, and the technical. So once you have a feedback loop that has to accommodate all 3 of those things, the human, the technical, and the ecological, you also need to start to be able to theorize, manifest, and manage the relationships and the reciprocities between those things. So sitting in cybernetics is a lovely way of conceiving of a system that has humans and the technology and the ecology in a set of reciprocal relationships and a constant set of feedback loops. That's already pretty heady stuff. Layer on top of it the second thing that actually turns out to be hugely important in theorizing cybernetics, which was an understanding that every system had a point of view or a politic. And here I don't mean a left or a right politic. I mean a politic insofar as there was a worldview embodied in these systems. And for the early practitioners of cybernetics, they were really clear about the worldviews they didn't want. They weren't interested in dystopian futures. They weren't interested in reproducing the past that had happened already. They wanted to build something new. And in having that sensibility, what they also had in mind was the idea that technology couldn't possibly be neutral. Of course it embodied and had embedded in it values. And so you needed to be alive to what those were. And you could actively choose to make decisions about how your system would unfold and the world it would build. So in that sense, cybernetics was a kind of radical notion, right? It wasn't about fragmenting something down into small enough pieces that a machine can be made to simulate it. No, it was about saying, actually, what are we assembling the system into, and what will that system be, and what will it do, and who will it do it for? And all of those became appropriate and reasonable questions. So that's the theory piece, right? The second piece, I think there's a praxis piece, a piece about the doing of cybernetics is almost as important as the theory. And there are three pieces in that for me really matter. Number one, unfolding the building of a system, unfolding a cybernetic analysis is iterative. It doesn't get in one pass, right? It's an iterative set of conversations. In the 1940s and 1950s, that conversation took a decade. Not sure we have a decade to have conversations anymore. I kind of wish we did. But there is a piece here about the notion of a conversation that doesn't unfold in minutes or hours, but in days and weeks and months and years. And a conversation that unfolds in the spirit of creating communities and creating conversations and creating ideas that change and flow and iterate. And as a way of doing things, there is something for me really compelling about allowing that the unfolding of a new system or an approach to a system may take a little bit of time. The second piece of the praxis is that actually the more voices in the room, the better. And we all talk about this. We talk about diversity and inclusion a lot. We talk less about the why of that. And for me, one of the things that is rendered so visible when you do the intellectual histories of cybernetics is that this was a group of people that valued the diversity because it created productive discomfort, which is to say, it took them a really long time to get to a shared vocabulary, to get to a state of trust where they could hear each other across their disciplinary boundaries, to find a way of sitting with the unease of not agreeing with each other and not even understanding how to hear the other person's point of view. As we think about building organizations that value productive discomfort and can sit with that as a site of generation, it means we're going to have to think differently about how we lead organizations, about how we value and create processes and practices. But for me, this notion of productive discomfort, hugely important. Third piece of praxis in the cybernetics sphere that I think is really valuable and useful today is a notion about strength and grace. I know they sound like strange words to talk about in a conversation about AI, but there is something about the way cybernetics unfolded where its early practitioners built an idea that had enough strength that it has held over more than 70 years, but enough grace that it's been able to change form and change shape and influence people as far-reaching as Buckminster Fuller and Charles and Ray Eames and David Bowie, who happens to be a cybernetician, which is kind of fabulous. So 5 things: feedback and circular causality, a politic, the notion about iterative conversations, an idea about productive discomfort, and a reliance on strength and grace. So where does that leave us? Well, it leaves me sitting here in Canberra, Australia, the custodian and inaugural director of a brand new school of cybernetics at the Australian National University. It's the first school we've started in 30 years here, and we are trying to make the next generation of people who will know how to have and convene these conversations. And it is both the most terrifying thing I have ever done and the most exciting. So, cybernetics, wellspring of the 20th century you didn't know about. Cybernetics, a way into the conversation about AI that I find a useful one because it lets us ask the questions about what is missing, about why it is that there is no human in that conversation and no ecology and no real understanding of a system that should be in a constant set of both feedbacks and reciprocities. So if all of that sounds interesting and you suddenly think to yourself, count me in, will you find us and come and talk to us and perhaps one day come and visit us? And so with that, I want to stop and say thank you.
Well, very intriguing talk. I would like to thank Professor Genevieve for her wonderful talk. And so let's continue our closing activities. I have a few things to announce to you. So I would like to ask you to speak, to bear with me, because we want to talk about the feeling about the humanities area of CIFRI is developing an agenda for research work that tackles many challenges. This is a joint agenda, and the purpose of the humanities area is to contribute to strengthen artificial intelligence in Brazil. in different ways, by taking part in proposing public policies for the development and use of AI for good, for the benefit of society, for the benefit of citizens in Brazil. And humanities is also looking towards the future of work, ethics, design, the ethical use of AI, development of AI systems that can actually be considered social technical systems. The humanities area and C4AI as a whole want to contribute to building this independence, Brazil's independence in development and research on AI and its applications. And as Professor Marco Antonio Zaga so well said yesterday in the opening of the seminar, we need to increase the training of scientists in artificial intelligence. We need people researching and studying AI. With this seminar, we hope to have contributed to position artificial intelligence as an interdisciplinary subject that is intercultural, ethical, and inclusive. We want to have more researchers and new researchers thinking, researching, and developing artificial intelligence in Brazil from several points of view. Our first seminar has happened. We're happy with the outcome. We expect we took a high quality content for all those who had a chance to watch us. And also, we're happy to leave all these content recorded for those who didn't have a chance to watch us, can watch us later. Our seminar lasts 2 days, and in these 2 days, we tried to show all the work we developed during almost a year. As you can see on the slide, we had more than 100 submissions of abstracts, which exceeded our expectations. We're selected 30 works or researches to be presented and to be further published. Before the seminar happened, we held several preparatory webinars in which 21 people were invited, and we had wonderful discussions about different topics that are transversal to artificial intelligence. Our website had 5,840 users coming from 63 different countries. I would like to highlight the countries that accessed our content the most. And we were able to increase followers in LinkedIn we had more than 1,135, many topics of the talks, and you were able to watch the diversity and plurality of topics being discussed. And we had almost 1,000 people who registered for this event. This is very meaningful to us, and we're very happy to be able to share these results with you. This was the first seminar of the humanities areas of C4IR. And on behalf of the executive committee of this seminar, I would like to thank all those who have helped us. There are too many people, I'm not going to name all of them, but several people worked with us in these 8 months that we prepared the seminars. Although I'm not mentioning names here, all of them know how much they worked, and that only helped to build on the humanities area. And obviously, this growth also reflects on the strengthening of the University of São Paulo. I would also like to thank all of those who watched us, as well as our institutional partners, SEBRAP, NIC-BR, the Advanced Institute of Data Projection, Innovation Observatory, the Institute of Advanced Studies of USP, and the entire team of C4AI, as well as FAPESP, IBM, and USP, for giving us the opportunity to hold this seminar. And finally, I am pleased to inform you that we'll have a bit more in the humanities area. We have the pleasure to inform you that in 2023, we'll have another seminar. The second seminar of the humanities group is scheduled to happen in 2023, larger, bigger, and stronger. Now, continuing our closing activities, I would like to call some people to say a few words. I will start our interaction by calling Professor Fábio Kosman, who is the director of the Executive Committee of C4AI. Professor Fábio, whenever you're ready, you have the floor. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to start by thanking you. Sarajani already thanked many people, but it's never too much to say thank you. So I would like to thank USP and FAPESP for the support to C4AI, as well as the authorities of the university who helped and supported us. I believe the rector will be present and they will be an important partner as well. I would like to thank FAPESP, IBM. These are key partnerships. As for the workshop, the event, I would like first to thank the organizers, Glauco, who had the idea, the idea who started this process, Sara, Justina, João Paulo Veiga, Álvaro Tomin, Eugênio, Theodora Kaufmann, all of you have done a splendid work. And not only the work was great, but the result was better. And it's excellent to see this happening for C4AI. I would like to give you an overview because the center C4AI seeks to produce advanced research in artificial intelligence in Brazil in all its dimensions, not only producing researchers, but disseminating it, discussing results, training professional people, students, and transferring technology to society. We want to be a center of excellence, and we want people to know internationally that we do have a strong group here in Brazil in this area. And within C4AI, we have several interesting activities, research activities, but we have dissemination, and we have an important activity of inclusion and diversity. Artificial intelligence is an area that's not very diverse. In many aspects, gender, race, so we created a committee for inclusion and diversity, and the many people who organize this event also take part. We are providing scholarships and many activities to increase diversity in artificial intelligence, starting with the center itself. We also have research activities that are key. There is a key pillar. We work with natural language, physical ocean data. We work with the decision-making process in agribusiness, diagnosis and application in healthcare, with the participation of several units of several hospitals, from the Clínicas Hospital, the school hospital, and as well as Ribeirão Preto, and as well as many areas of artificial intelligence. And the discussion promoted by this area is necessary. This is being discussed worldwide, and we also should lead a bit of this international discussion, given the fact that we do represent, we have diversity, represent many countries and societies. So I invite all of you who are listening and watching us and who are interested to help us and take part, come close and contribute so that we can continue this endeavor and attain the leadership we seek. I hope this is the first of many events. I hope all our plans come true. So I would really like to thank you very much and say goodbye. Thank you.
Obrigada, Professor Fábio, pelas suas
Thank you,
palavras.
Professor Fábio, for your words. We'll certainly make our best so that all our plans come true. Right now, I have the honor of calling for this closing activity the future rector of the University of São Paulo, Professor Carlos Gilberto Gianotti Jr., Carlotti Jr., to say a few words. Thank you. I would like to thank for the opportunity to speak to all of you on behalf of Professor Glauco. I congratulate all the organizers and those who attended the event. I believe that the area of artificial intelligence is mandatorily interdisciplinary. It will have a major importance in society in general, not only as an area of knowledge and research in society, but it's a very noble area. It's an area that will need to understand the role it plays in society. We'll need to think about regulation, law, about artificial intelligence in the decision-making process. We need to understand algorithms and the importance they have in our lives. So certainly in the near future, the rector's office will be interested in having artificial intelligence as a key area in the university so we can collaborate with society. Congratulations on the initiative. You can count on the support of the rector's office on this in near future, and congratulations on the discussion. Thank you for your words, Professor. We're certainly very excited with the project that was developed, and we'll continue to work on it, and we'll continue to keep the important role of Brazil and the University of São Paulo in science, and especially in artificial intelligence. So now that we come to the end of this event, I will turn the floor over to João Paulo Cantia Veiga, coordinator of the humanity area of C4AI, who will speak and give his final remarks and close the event. Thank you, Professor João Paulo Candia. Thank you, Sarah. Good afternoon, everyone who is attending this event. We're very happy to end this event of artificial intelligence and humanities, because since the beginning of 2001, we were thinking every week, making decisions together along with the direction of the center, but the directors, and we really made a major effort to make this happen. And looking back, it's very good to see the positive result of this group work of C4AI and humanities together. The main point to be highlighted is precisely what was mentioned by Fábio and others before me. This is a strong group, a large group, a group that is good to work with, diverse. We usually think humanities along with other areas, but actually humanities are also very diverse in itself, with different traditions in ontological, epistemological ways. It seems easy, but it's not always easy to have anthropologists and people from law, sociology, anthropology, and all of them working together. So, and it's so pleasant to see the availability of professors in humanities. They are open and show their interest to take part in CIFOR, having a dialogue with the hard sciences, the computation sciences that are the vets of CIFOR. Also important to reflect on in this year of 2021 is the institutional design of the center. It has a very interesting structure. You join FAPESP, USP, and a multinational company such as IBM to promote, create incentives to build a large artificial intelligence center to face the dilemmas and challenges we have ahead of us. It's a very brave decision. And it's important to take that into account, because it's not any university in any country that would count with so many positive incentives for the groups of researchers and students so they can work together and enjoy the production of knowledge that comes from such learning experience. So that's my second point. The third point is it's the fact that it's multidisciplinary. This event that we just ended was thought not only by the area of humanities, but by the directors of CIFOR, FAPESP. The posters panels that we had yesterday was an idea of Fabio and Claudio Bianchi. So we had not thought about that. So it was in the dialogue with CIFOR that we organized those posters that had not been selected among the 101 submitted abstracts. So it's good because we think as a group, collectively, always based on positive incentives. And another important point that Fabio just mentioned, that perhaps is the largest innovation at CIFOR, which is the Committee for Inclusion and Diversity. We are very proud of that. This committee distinguishes CIFOR from most of other artificial intelligence centers in the southern and northern hemisphere. This is a very important differentiation point for our center, and we must make this committee for inclusion to prosper, produce results, and involve undergraduate students, and then create a robust agenda for the mid and long term, so that our center will be very diverse. As Fabio mentioned, artificial intelligence is not diverse in any place in the world. And we want here at CIFOR this to be a center for diversity, to promote diversity and inclusion within AI. So with this, I finish my remarks, and I invite everyone to be with us in 2 years in the next large International Seminar of Artificial Intelligence. And as our future rector said, let's be reminded that artificial intelligence is a priority for the University of São Paulo. It will be in the agenda of the new rector that takes office in January 25, 2022. And it will be a major priority. And this is why we have worked all this year of 2021 that's been so difficult for many people. We work together. And so I'll finish paying a tribute to all the women who took part in this event, starting with the women who are part of CIFOR as researchers, professors. I refer to Ana Dias, Cristina Godoy, Cristiane Queiroz, Cíntia Rosa, Dora Kaufmann, Isabela Esteves, Eliane Stema, Laura Simões, Magali Prado, Renata Wasserman, Sarajane Marques Pérez, all the women invited to this event, Gabriela Saylor, Geneviève Bell, Philip Prophet, and the technical support women who have worked with us, Ana Maria Machado, Beatriz Faria, Gabriela Frias, and the interpreters, Denise and Elena, who have been with us in this hard work of translation, simultaneous translation. And to finish, I would like to thank our partners from the Innovation Observatory, SEBRAP, the Brazilian Institute of Analysis and Planning, NIC BR, which is IA Advanced Studies, our center, C4AI, the Advanced Institute for Data Protection, and my special thanks to the University of São Paulo, our dear university, because without it, none of us would be here. So to everyone, a warm goodbye, have a good afternoon, evening, and we see you in 2020.